if you ask them, "But then why don't you consider yourselves philosophers? Who, in your opinion, deserves to be called a philosopher?" They will all answer, in unison, "Philosophy teachers, of course." And they are absolutely right. Except for people who, for personal reasons, that is to say, for pleasure or their own benefit, continue to read philosophers and do philosophy, the only people who deserve to be called philosophers are in fact the ones who teach philosophy. Naturally, this fact throws up a first question, or, rather, two. 1. Is it really by chance that philosophy is so closely bound up with teaching and those who teach it? All indications are that it isn't. For, after all, what non-philosophers say, the marriage of philosophy and teaching doesn't just go back to our philosophy classes, it doesn't date from yesterday. At the very beginnings of philosophy, Plato taught philosophy, Aristotle taught philosophy. If this marriage between philosophy and teaching isn't due to chance, it must express a secret necessity. We shall try to find out what that necessity is. 2. Let us take another step. Since, or so it seems, philosophy isn't much use in everyday life, as it doesn't produce knowledge and has no concrete applications, we may well wonder, what earthly purpose does it serve? We can even ask ourselves the following strange question: might it be that the one purpose philosophy serves is the teaching of philosophy, and nothing else? And if the only purpose it serves is the teaching of philosophy, what might that mean? We shall try to answer this difficult question. You see how things go in philosophy. One need only consider the least of its aspects, here, the fact that all philosophers are philosophy teachers, for interesting, surprising questions to surge up before we can blink. And those questions are such that we have to ask them, although we lack the means to answer them. To answer them, we have to make a very long detour, and this detour is nothing other than philosophy itself. The reader will therefore have to practice patience. Patience is a philosophical virtue. Unless one is patient, one cannot gather the least notion of what philosophy is. To take another step, let us cast a discreet glance at the people known as philosophy teachers. Like you and me, they have husbands or wives, and also children, if they wanted to have children. They eat and sleep, suffer and die, in the most ordinary way imaginable. They may love music or sports, and be involved in politics or not. Granted, these things aren't what makes them philosophers. What makes them philosophers is that they live in a world apart, in a closed world, constituted by the great works in the history of philosophy. That world has no outside, or so it seems. They live with Plato, Descartes, Kant, Hegel, Husserl, Heidegger and others. What do they do? I mean the best of them, of course. They read the works of the great philosophers, and reread them, indefinitely, comparing and contrasting them from one end of the history of philosophy to the other in order to understand them better. Th's endless rereading is astonishing, after all. One never sees math or physics teachers endlessly reading and rereading a treatise on mathematics or physics, or ruminating on it that way. They transmit knowledge, and they explain or demonstrate that knowledge, full stop, without going back over it. Yet to practice philosophy is to go back over one's texts interminably. Philosophers know this very well, and tell you why to boot. It's because a philosophical work does not yield up its meaning, its message, on a single reading. It is overloaded with meaning, it is by nature inexhaustible and, so to speak, infinite, and it always has something new to say to someone who knows how to interpret it. The practice of philosophy is not just reading, or even demonstration. It is interpretation, interrogation, meditation. It aims to make the great works say what they mean or might mean, in the unfathomable truth that they contain or, rather, indicate mutely, by gesturing at it. The consequence is that this world with no outside is a world without history. Although it comprises all the great works consecrated by history, it has no history. The proof is that, to interpret a passage in Kant, a philosopher will invoke Plato as well as Husserl, as if there weren't 23 centuries between the latter two, or a century and a half between the first and the last. As if before and after hardly mattered. For a philosopher, all philosophies are, so to speak, contemporaneous. They answer each other and echo each other, because, ultimately, they only ever answer the same questions, which make philosophy what it is. Th explains the famous thesis that philosophy is eternal. One can readily see that, to make perpetual rereading and the uninterrupted labor of meditation possible, philosophy has to be both infinite, what it says is inexhaustible, and eternal, all philosophy is contained in embryo in each philosophy. Such is the basis for the practice of philosophers, I mean philosophy teachers. Under these conditions, if you tell them that they teach philosophy, watch out. For it leaps to the eye that they don't teach in the same way as other teachers, who present their students with knowledge that they have to learn, knowledge, or in other words, provisionally, definitive scientific results. For the philosophy teacher who has understood Plato and Kant well, philosophy cannot be taught. 3. But then what does the philosophy teacher do? He teaches his students to philosophize by interpreting the great texts or great philosophers in their presence, helping them, by his example, to philosophize in their turn. In short, he inspires them with a desire to philosophize. The Greek word philo, Sophia, can be freely translated that way. The philosophy teacher who feels himself equal to the task can go a step further and engage in personal reflection. He can, that is, sketch an original philosophy. Th's is living proof that philosophy produces, what, exactly? Philosophy and nothing else, and that all this happens in a closed world. There is nothing surprising about the fact that this world of the philosophers is closed. Since they make no effort to leave it, since, quite the contrary, they plunge ever more deeply into the work's interiority, they put a wide gulf between their world and that of ordinary people, who observe them from afar, as if they were some species of strange animal. Well and good. But, the reader will object, we've just described a limit situation, an extreme tendency, to be sure, that tendency exists, but things don't always happen like that. And the reader is right, what we've just described is, in relatively pure form, the idealist tendency, the idealist practice of philosophy. One can, however, philosophize very differently. The proof is that, in history, certain philosophers, let us say the materialists, have philosophized very differently, and that some philosophy teachers try to follow their example. Th's philosophers do not wish to belong to a separate world, a closed world turned in on itself. They leave that world behind for the external world. They want to encourage productive exchanges between the philosophical world, which exists, and the real world. In principle, that is philosophy's very function, as they see it, whereas idealists consider philosophy to be above all theoretical, materialists consider it to be above all practical, to have its source in the real world and to produce, unbeknownst to itself, concrete effects there. Note that, despite their fundamental opposition to the idealists, materialist philosophers can, let us say, agree with their adversaries on a number of points. For example, the thesis that philosophy can't be taught. But they don't assign this thesis the same meaning. The idealist tradition defends it by elevating philosophy above concrete knowledge, connaissances, and calling on everyone to activate the philosophical inspiration in his inner self. The materialist tradition doesn't elevate philosophy above concrete knowledge, and it calls on people to look outside themselves, to the practices, knowledge and social struggle, without, however, neglecting works of philosophy, for that with which they can learn to philosophize. A small difference, but one with far-reaching consequences. Take another example, which idealism cherishes like the apple of its eye, the inexhaustible nature of philosophical works, something that obviously distinguishes philosophy from the sciences. Materialism agrees to acknowledge the fact that a work of philosophy cannot be reduced to its letter or, let us say, its surface, because it is overloaded with meaning. Materialism goes still further, it acknowledges, as idealism also does, that this superabundant meaning has to do with the very nature of philosophy. However, since its conception of philosophy is utterly different from idealism's, the philosophical work's superabundance of meaning doesn't reflect the infinite nature of interpretation, in materialism's view, but, rather, the extreme complexity of the philosophical function. If, for materialism, a philosophical work is overloaded with meaning, it is because philosophy must unify a large number of significantions in order to exist as philosophy. A small difference, but one with far-reaching consequences. Take one last example, the well-known idealist thesis that all philosophies are, as it were, contemporaneous, that philosophy is eternal or has no history. However paradoxical it may seem, materialism can agree with this, but with a reservation, for materialism holds that something historical is produced in philosophy. Il se produit l'histoire dans la philosophie, that there occur in it real events, conflicts and revolutions which alter the philosophical lay of the land. With that one reservation, however, materialism to affirms in its fashion that philosophy has no history, inasmuch as the history of philosophy is repetition of the same basic conflict, the one that opposes the materialist to the idealist tendency in every philosophy. A small difference, but one with far-reaching consequences. From the examples thus briefly reviewed, we shall draw the lesson that, although philosophy is one, there are, at the limit, two contrary ways of philosophizing, two contradictory practices of philosophy, the idealist and the materialist practice of philosophy. But we shall also draw the lesson that, paradoxically, idealist positions encroach on materialist positions, and the other way around. How can philosophy be one, yet subject to two contradictory tendencies, the idealist and the materialist tendency? How can philosophical adversaries have something in common, as is shown by the fact that they encroach on one another? We are once again asking questions we can't answer right away. We have to make the big detour first. Patience. Patience, but also, straight away, a surprise. For if there exists a way of philosophizing different from that of idealist philosophy teachers, a practice of philosophy which, far from removing philosophers from the world, puts them in the world and makes them everyone's brothers, if there exists a practice of philosophy which, far from handing down a truth to people from on high in a language workers can't understand, knows how to shut up and learn from people, from their practices, suffering and struggles, then this philosophy can turn our initial hypothesis upside down. For we have put our question to people who do different kinds of work and have different social positions. All of them told us about philosophy teachers. It was only to be expected. Philosophy is taught in secondary schools and universities. In their modesty or indifference, they identified philosophy with the teaching of philosophy. What did they do if not repeat, in their own fashion, what the institutions of our society declare, namely that philosophy belongs to philosophy teachers? Intimidated by this fait accompli of the social order, awed by the difficulty of the philosophy of the philosophers, they didn't dare to challenge a philosophical prejudice. Division between mental and manual labor and its practical consequences, the domination of idealist philosophy and a terminology reserved for insiders, intimidated them or discouraged them. Didn't dare to say, no, philosophy doesn't just belong to philosophy teachers. Didn't dare to say, with the materialists, such as Diderot, Lenin or Gramsci, everyone is a philosopher. Idealist philosophers speak on everyone's behalf and in everyone's stead. Think, and no mistake, that they possess the truth about everything. Materialist philosophers are much less talkative, they know how to shut up and listen to people. Do not consider themselves privy to the truth about everything. Know that they can become philosophers only gradually, modestly, and that their philosophy will come to them from outside. So they shut up and listen. We need not go very far to discover what they hear, to observe that there exists among the people, among workers who haven't received any philosophical education and never had a master whom they could follow in the art of philosophizing, a certain idea of philosophy precise enough for us to be able to refer to it and discuss it. Plainly means that, as the materialists claim, everyone is a philosopher, even if the philosophy he carries around in his head is, as one can well imagine, not exactly the philosophy of the great philosophers or the professors. What might this philosophy that is natural to everyone be? If you ask people you know, ordinary men and women, they may well, out of modesty, let you insist a bit before coming out with it, but they will eventually admit that they do in fact have a kind of philosophy all their own. What is it, exactly? A way of looking at things. And if you pursue your questioning, they will say, there are things in life I know well, from first-hand experience. For example, my work, the people I associate with, the parts of the world I've traveled through, or what I learned at school or have learned from books. We can call these things knowledge. There are, however, lots of things in the world I've never seen and don't know. That doesn't prevent me from having some idea of them. In that case, I have ideas that go beyond what I know about, for example, the origins of the world, death, suffering, politics, art or religion. But there is something more. These ideas came to me pell-mell, from all sides, and separately, they didn't hang together at first. Yet, bit by bit, I don't know why, they were unified, and something strange even happened. I collected all or almost all my knowledge under these general ideas, under their unity. That was when I put together a sort of philosophy for myself, a general view of things, the things I know first-hand and the things I don't. My philosophy is my knowledge unified under my ideas. And if you ask, but what use is this philosophy to you? Your interlocutor will answer, it's simple, I use it to orient myself in life. It's like a compass, it helps me to get my bearings. But, you know, everyone comes up with his own personal philosophy. That is what an ordinary person would say. An observer, however, would add the following comments. He would say that everyone does indeed come up with his own personal philosophy, but that experience shows that most of these philosophies are similar, that they are just personal variations on a common philosophical stock. Setting out from this common stock, people go their different ways in their ideas. He would say that we can form an approximate idea of the common stock of this philosophy that is natural to everyone, when we say about someone, for example, depending on how he bears up under suffering or trials which deeply distress him, that, despite all, he takes life's setbacks philosophically. Or, if life is good to him, that he knows how not to abuse its blessings. In that case, the relations he maintains with things good or bad are tempered, carefully considered, well controlled and wise, and we say that he is a philosopher. What do we find, at bottom, in this philosophy? Gramsci explained the matter very well when he said, a certain idea of the necessity of things, the things one has to endure. And, therefore, a certain knowledge, savoir on the one hand and, on the other, a certain way of using this knowledge in negotiating life's ups and downs. And, therefore, a certain wisdom. Hence a certain theoretical attitude, combined with a certain practical attitude, a certain wisdom. In this spontaneous philosophy of the common man, we thus find two great themes that run through the whole history of the philosophy of the philosophers, a certain conception of the necessity of things, the order of the world, and a certain conception of human wisdom in the face of the course of the world. Would anyone dare to say that these ideas aren't already philosophical? Yet the contradictory, paradoxical nature of this conception is quite striking. For it is, basically, a very active conception. It assumes that people can do something about natural and social necessity. It presupposes deep reflection and close attention to self, as well as great self-control in situations of intense grief, or others in which good fortune hands us everything on a platter. Yet the fact is that when this apparently active attitude isn't educated and transformed by political struggle, for example, it usually expresses a withdrawal into passivity. It is clearly, if one likes, human activity, yet it is activity of the kind that can be profoundly passive and conformist. For it isn't a question, in this spontaneous philosophical conception, of acting positively in the world, as even certain idealist philosophers would like, or of changing it, as Marx would like, but of accepting it and avoiding all its extremes. Is one meaning of the remark by an ordinary person that we cited a moment ago, everyone comes up with his own personal philosophy in solitude, every man for himself. Why? So that he can bear a world that is crushing or could crush him. And while it is clearly a matter of bringing the course of things under control, it is less by trying to transform it than by submitting to it philosophically in order to make the best of a bad deal. In short, it is a matter of coming to terms with a necessity that exceeds an individual's powers, one he had best find a way to accept, since he can do nothing to change it. Activity, then, but passive activity. Activity, but resigned activity. Here I am simply summarizing the thought of the Italian Marxist philosopher Gramsci on this point. You can see, from this example, how a materialist philosopher reasons. He doesn't tell himself stories. He doesn't make lofty speeches. He doesn't say that everyone is a revolutionary. He lets people talk and he tells things the way they are. There is no denying the fact, in the broad masses of people who have not yet been awakened to the struggle, or even in the case of those who have fought, but were defeated, there is an underlying resignation. It goes all the way back to the earliest periods of history, which has always been the history of class societies, hence of exploitation and oppression. Men of the people, shaped by this history, may have revolted. But, since their revolts were always put down, they had no choice but to resign themselves to the necessity to which they were subjected and to accept it philosophically. Ths is where religion comes in. Ths necessity that one has no choice but to accept is, to begin with, that of nature, whose laws we can master only by obeying her. Hegel. But it is also and above all that of the social order, which individuals, taken separately, cannot change and must therefore accept in its turn. Hence the generally resigned cast of this philosophy: injustice has always reigned on earth, rich and poor have always been with us, and the like. Th's resignation may spare those who cultivate it, or so they suppose, evils that they would only have made worse by revolting. Nevertheless, when it spreads to broad masses of people, it reinforces the established order, and the havoc it wreaks, the established order of the dominant class, which exploits workers and has a powerful interest in their taking things with a philosophy of resignation. We find in this conception of a life that must be taken philosophically not just recognition of the necessity of things, but also an indication of the uncontrollable nature of this necessity that rules people's lives. An accident, a crisis, a catastrophe, or a brutal intervention of the powers that be can occur at any time and turn life upside down. People are helpless in the face of these strokes of fate, which reflect their inability to anticipate events or the caprices of power. Th's power, natures, the states, accordingly appears to be beyond human capacities, to be endowed with almost supernatural force, and to be unpredictable in its decisions. It is clear that the model or epitome of this power is God. That is why, at this level, non-philosophers' conception of things is above all religious. However far back we go in human history, we find the presence of this omnipotent force that exceeds individuals' or human groups' ability to anticipate and react. Individuals accordingly submit to their existence as if to a fate decided by forces beyond them. And, since they see no one taking to philosophy and religion the decision, they believe that the author and organizer of the whole of this order to which one can only submit is God. That is why resignation generally dominates ordinary people's spontaneous philosophy when they aren't mobilized in struggle. That is why the personal philosophies that everyone works out for himself are all so similar. For every personal philosophy has religious underpinnings that have nothing personal about them, but are social, the still living heritage of humanity's long history. And it is a well-established fact that, except for certain moments in history in which religion served the revolt of the humble, the early Christians, the peasant wars, or various sects, such as the Cathars and others, and except for certain contemporary Christians' attempts to take part in the working classes' battles, religion has historically been massively associated with resignation in the face of earthly trials, in exchange for the promise of a reward in another world. If philosophy has not always existed, it is a well-established fact that religion has always existed in one form or another, even in the communal, so-called primitive societies. Religion preceded philosophy, and the advent of philosophy did not bring on its demise. Quite the contrary, it has been rightly said that the idealist philosophy which inaugurated the history of philosophy with Plato was a daughter of religion, like who can say how many other philosophies since Plato. Remains, in the common consciousness, something of this long domination of religion, which has given ground, but hasn't disappeared from our world. Similarly, there remains something of the long domination of philosophical idealism, which was so closely linked to religion that philosophy was able to detach itself from religion only on the absolute condition that it maintain religious dogmas and itself take up the big religious questions as if they were so many philosophical questions. The sole difference was that philosophy treated these old questions in a new way. It accepted them, however, as obvious. For instance, Religion asked the question of questions, the question of the origin of the world. 1. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why is there being rather than nothingness? Why does the world exist? Why do people exist? Religion answered, the world was created by God out of nothingness, and if God created it, it was so that plants and animals could provide people with nourishment, and people, God's children, could be saved at the end of time. Philosophy inherited this question of questions, the question of the origin of the world, which is the question of the world, humanity and God. It had no choice but to maintain it. To criticize it was a heresy punishable by burning at the stake. But philosophy did not maintain it in its religious simplicity, that of a narrative or sequence of grand mythical images. It filled it with conceptual content, that of abstract, rational thought. Thus it was that the personal God of the Gospels, who sends his Son into the world and has him born in a manger, became, to the indignation and despair of Pascal, who was a true believer, the God of the philosophers and scientists too. He became a very abstract concept playing a theoretical role in a system of concepts. Plato had already conceived of God as the idea of the good, three capable of organizing a hierarchical social world. Aristotle conceived of him as the prime mover who could introduce motion into the world. Descartes conceived of him as the infinitely perfect first cause of a world reduced to a mechanism. 5. For Spinoza, he was infinite substance, or omnipotent nature's power to produce its effects. 6. That this Spinozist God was identical to nature earned the philosopher an accusation, which was well-founded, of atheism. Leibniz conceived of him as infinite calculator of the best of all possible worlds. 7. And so on. By thus changing God's name, rigorously defining him and drawing the theoretical consequences of this modification, philosophy in fact altered God's nature in order to subject the God imposed on it by religion to its own philosophical ends, in order to make this God take responsibility for, and guarantee, a world profoundly altered by scientific discoveries and social upheavals. It harnessed God to its service, but it simultaneously served him. To this end, idealist philosophy, with a few exceptions, treated the question of the radical origin of things, Leibniz, 8, as its own for a very long time, striving to pierce the mystery of this question, to think it in rigorous conceptual terms as if it were a meaningful question. It is, however, one of materialism's achievements to have realized that there exist meaningless questions. In this question of the radical origin of things, the materialists, and even Kant, 9, were to see a mere theoretical imposture inspired by religion, an imposture that philosophy had purely and simply to eliminate. To give some idea of it, I shall say that the question, why is there something rather than nothing, is as absurd as the question with which one amuses children, why doesn't the ocean overflow, although countless rivers pour into it? When we ask, why is there something rather than nothing, we forget that, if there were not something, being, no one would be there to ask the question about nothing, and thus that the question of nothingness is a feint that pretends to believe that being might not be when we have no choice in the matter. Since we are taking our time, I would like to cite an illuminating example in connection with this famous question of the origin of the world, which continues to inspire the philosophy of modern philosophers such as Heidegger, in order to show how idealism and materialism go about things. Idealist philosophy says, God created the world out of chaos, in other words, out of nothingness. Before God decreed the creation of the world, therefore, there was nothing other than God. Note that the little word before poses formidable problems, for it designates temporal anteriority. But did time exist before the world was created? Or did time appear only with the creation of the world? Was it created as well? If time too was created, then there was no time before time, just the eternity of God plus the nothingness from which he drew the world by pure creation, starting out from nothing. Thus strikingly underscores God's omnipotence, for, in the human world, nothing can ever be created from nothing, there has to be some pre-existent matter. The more powerful God becomes, however, the less comprehensible he becomes. Idealist philosophy is self-consistent. It goes so far as to say that God is incomprehensible, is beyond all our human ideas, and that, if we talk about him, it is by analogy, due allowance made, for he is incommensurable with us. But try to see whether you can understand how God can exist alone in the company of nothingness and can draw the existence of the world out of nothing. Thus does indeed make him the absolute origin of the world, but it also makes him incomprehensible. Now take a materialist philosophy such as that of Epicurus. Thus philosophy talks about not the origin of the world, a meaningless question, but the beginning of the world. It doesn't bring the omnipotence of God into play to draw the world out of nothingness. Before the beginning, there is neither God nor nothingness. What is there, then? There is, a materialist thesis par excellence, always already something, always already matter, which is not chaos, it is matter, subject to certain laws. What is this matter? It is an infinite number of atoms, indivisible particles all falling in the infinite void as a result, sous l'effet of gravity, a law, falling side by side without ever encountering one another. Roman philosopher-poet Lucretius expounded the philosophy of Epicurus, whose own manuscripts have been destroyed. In a poem titled On the Nature of Things, Lucretius says that, before the beginning of the world, the atoms were falling like rain. Thus would have gone on indefinitely, had the atoms not been endowed with an astonishing property, declination, the capacity to deviate from the straight line of their fall, imperceptibly. Slightest, unreined deviation, the slightest deviance, is enough for the atoms to encounter each other and agglomerate. There we have the beginning of the world, and the world. Neither God nor nothingness at the origin, no origin, but the beginning, and, to account for the beginning, pre-existent matter, which becomes a world thanks to the contingent, arbitrary, encounter of its elements. And this encounter which commands everything is the figure of contingency and chance, yet it produces the necessity of the world. Thus chance produces necessity by itself, with no intervention by God. Thus is tantamount to saying that the world produces itself, and that by substituting the materialist question of the beginning, or the event, the advent, for the idealist question of the origin, we eliminate meaningless questions. Not just the question of the origin of the world, but also everything connected with it, the question of God, of his omnipotence, of his incomprehensibility, of time and eternity, and so on. Similarly, religion raised the question of the end of the world, in both senses of the word, and death and its beyond. The destination of the world. Why, after all, is man on earth? What is his destination? What is the meaning of his existence and his history? What is that history's ultimate purpose, finalite? Christian religion answered with the dogmas of original sin, God's incarnation in Christ, and the redemption of humanity at the end of time thanks to Christ's passion. For a long time, philosophy continued to ask this question, and had to ask it. It still does when it is idealist or spiritualist. But, naturally, it didn't maintain the form of the question, these grand images of the Christian narrative. It thought the question in philosophical concepts, abstract notions linked one to the other as rigorously as possible. It developed the theme of the state of nature and the inevitable fall into the state of society, to preserve people from the evils brought on by the state of war, the result of the anarchy of the state of nature, and it thought the conditions for the ultimate triumph of freedom in history. Here too, it transformed the terms of both question and answer as a function of the historical variation of the stakes of political and ideological struggle, and also as a function of each philosopher's own position. But it retained the questions of the meaning of human existence and the meaning of history. Before Marx's materialist philosophy squarely denounced the theoretical imposture involved, taking its inspiration from a long tradition in which Epicurus, Machiavelli, Diderot and others all figure. Yet another meaningless question. We can form some idea of it by noting that this question of the meaning of human existence and human history, as if some all-powerful personage had assigned them a final goal in advance, is as absurd as Malebranche's naive question, but why does it rain upon sands? Upon highways and seas? 11 The implication of the question is that this makes no sense, since there is no lack of water in the sea, while the dunes and highways, where nothing grows, need no water, so that this is no use at all. Th's surprise makes sense only for a conception of the world that is religious, even if it presents itself as philosophical, for a conception which has it that an all-powerful being has assigned every being in the world a purpose and function. To which materialism responds, but why not admit that the world is full of things that are of no use at all? Let us go further. Why not admit that neither the world nor human existence nor human history have a meaning, an end, a goal established in advance? Is it because that would be disheartening? But wait a moment, why not frankly admit that the surest condition for acting in the world, modifying its course and thus investing it with meaning through work, discovery and struggle, is to admit that the world has no meaning, no pre-established meaning determined by an all-powerful being, who is a pure fiction. Philosophy, then, descended of religion, took up religion's questions again. It must not be supposed that it did so just to be prudent, because, for centuries, there was a prohibition on thinking outside of religion. It must not be supposed that philosophers were all, for there are exceptions, men who advanced masked, Descartes, 12 and that their thought was, therefore, duplicitous, that they all had a double doctrine. In the 18th century, this thesis was a widespread way of explaining the conflictual relations between philosophy and religion. The presupposition was that philosophers, by virtue of the specific nature of philosophy, which was, it seems, pure reason, had always thought and possessed the truth, but that, because it was forbidden to proclaim it publicly on pain of inquisition and death, they had fabricated another doctrine for public consumption, advancing masked so as to hide what they really thought and protect it from the religious or political authorities' sanctions, while simultaneously communicating something of the truth. Th's idealist conception does not correspond to the historical truth. In reality, we have every reason to believe that, certain exceptions aside, Spinoza, the philosophers who spoke of God were not just bowing to the ideological requirements of their day. They too believed in this God whose name they changed. They too believed in the religious questions of the origin of the world and the meaning of the existence of things. They thought within this problematic, a system of questions, of absolute truth, inherited from religion. For they needed God to ground their philosophical systems, to think the whole, not as pure philosophers who had to dissimulate their thought, but as the convinced idealists they were. Proof that one could think differently, in a very different problematic, in the same hard times for philosophy, is provided by the existence of a tradition different from the idealist tradition. Th's was the materialist tradition, which thought not only outside religion, but also outside religious questions transformed into philosophical ones, and thus on a very different basis, within a very different problematic, by denouncing and rejecting questions devoid of meaning. Th's few remarks have just one purpose, to show that philosophy's relationship to religion is neither a simple nor a pure relationship, with philosophy always being pure reason and religion being only unreason and social imposture. Ths is not only because religion can, under certain conditions of social struggle, which, it is true, have been rather rare so far, be something other than simple resignation. It is also because philosophy is not determined exclusively by its relationship to religion, by religious questions, but, behind this relationship, by its adoption of properly philosophical positions, idealist or materialist, which have other stakes as well, and incline it to accept or reject religious questions about the origin of the world and the meaning of human existence and history. The positions adopted do not depend on the existence of religion alone. They are attributable to opposed ideas and orientations that cannot be explained without reference to the major social, ideological and political conflicts at work in the history of the world. All this will be explained in what follows. Yet if most of philosophy's questions initially came to it from religion, we obviously must ask, just what is religion? Ths is a hard question. For most people in the long course of human history, religion posed no question and had nothing mysterious about it. For religion itself answered the question by dint of the services it rendered and, quite simply, because it was part of the very order of things, as a self-evident truth not open to debate, it was there, represented by its priests and churches, its myths and dogmas, its sacraments and practices. It was there as the truth of things, there to utter this truth, teach it, and see to it that it reigned over the world. It was established, recognized, supported by the state. Since the order of things always operates to the dominant class's advantage when it is extolled, the conclusion long ran that religion was simply the opium of the people, in the early Marx's phrase, a drug intended to avert the revolts of the exploited, has to reinforce the domination of the exploiters. 13 And, in fact, religion quite clearly plays this ideological class role in all class societies, even when the class struggle brings some believers over to the revolutionaries' side. 14 Something resembling religion, however, existed long before class society, in primitive communal societies, where it performed other functions. With its myths, it served to unify the social group in its struggle against nature, from which the group laboriously wrested its subsistence. It also served to regulate the group's practices of production, enabling its magicians or priests to announce auspicious dates for sowing, harvesting, or fishing and hunting, so as to bring people together and organize them in a form of work in common. Thus the priests possessed, and even kept to themselves, certain knowledge of a theoretical kind that grounded their authority over others. But that is not all. What then stood in for religion also presided over all the events in an individual's life: birth, pubescence, sexual and social initiation, the formation of couples, childbearing and death. Life, sex, society, death and perhaps language as well, an endless cycle. Not by accident were these events sanctioned in this way by special ceremonies, for they ensured the social group's biological reproduction, while also ensuring, thanks to the law of exogamy, marriage outside the group, the community's relationship to other communities, its renewal and its alliances. If religions no longer play the role, dominant in this period, that they once played in unifying society, along with their role in organizing production, most of the religions we know in our own societies have abandoned nothing of their role of initiation into existence, sexual life, and death. They continue to sanction birth, marriage and death with their ceremonies and sacraments, and they still control, by way of the confession of sins, individuals' evolution towards sexuality and sexual normalcy. Thanks to some obscure connection, religions are thus bound up with birth, sexuality and death, with death usually acting as a mask for birth and sexuality. Death in fact haunts the whole history of human civilization. It has been observed that human beings are the only animals who bury their dead. Better, who erect gravestones for them. Better yet, who have even buried them with all the implements they used in daily life, and even with their servants and spouse, sacrifice set on this occasion as if to guarantee them a visible, manifest afterlife. From time immemorial, death has gone hand in hand with the theme of the afterlife in the religions, even in cultures that do not recognize it and apparently do not fear it. Madagascar, for to fail to recognize death and hold feasts on the graves of the deceased is still to pretend to believe that life goes on. Religion was there to answer the troubling question of death, with all its mythology about the creation of the world and of humankind, their fall, their misery in the world here below, and the salvation that guaranteed them eternal life in another world, peaceful and happy at last. Transformed, that religion could one day become the instrument of the powerful, serving their cause by preaching to the exploited a resignation in this life that would be rewarded in the life to come, and it could practically be reduced to this function of ideological subjugation, asservissement. Religion was nevertheless also a source of comfort that assuaged people's anxieties and afflictions, conferring a semblance of meaning on the lives of those crushed by servitude and exploitation, allowing them to experience, or look forward to, some vision of brotherhood, and giving them the hope, an illusory hope, yet a hope nevertheless, of another life. The troubling question of a death that might surprise them at any moment did not, for these unfortunates, arise only at the end of their lives. For death is also the nothingness of life, this life which is, as the phrase from the Gospels has it, but ashes and dust. Why must one suffer this way, in an existence that is not life? Religion responded to this living death with the promise of an afterlife, another life. It is easy to see that it thereby served the exploiter's interests, since it preached resignation, making what was unbearable in this life bearable with the promise of recompense in a life to come. But, like it or not, all this revolved around death, the fear of death, the question of death, the mystery of death and suffering, which accompanies the whole history of humanity, like the tombs of its dead. Why death and suffering? Why must people suffer and die? Doubtless the most difficult thing for people to accept is the idea, defended by the materialists, of death's existence in the world and dominion over the world. It is not just a matter of saying that human beings are mortal or that life is finite and has a limited span. It is a matter of affirming that there are a great many things in the world that make no sense and serve no purpose. In particular, that suffering and evil can exist with nothing to make up for them, with no compensation in this world or anywhere else. It is a matter of recognizing that there are losses that are absolute, that will never be made good, failures without appeal, events without meaning or sequel, undertakings and even entire civilizations that come to naught and vanish without a trace in the nothingness of history, like those big rivers that disappear in the desert sands. And inasmuch as this idea is based on the materialist thesis that the world itself has no pre-established meaning, but exists only as a miraculous accident that has surged up among an infinite number of other worlds which, for their part, have perished in the nothingness of the cold stars, it can readily be seen that the risk of death and nothingness besets people on all sides, and that they may well be frightened by it when the life they lead, far from making them forget death, makes its presence all the more real. If we do not forget that, lurking behind the question of death, are both the question of birth and the question of sex, and that religion proposes to answer these three questions, birth, sex, death, which concern the biological reproduction of every human society, we will understand that religion is not reducible to its role of opium of the people in the class struggle. To be sure, it is constantly enlisted in the class struggle, almost always on the side of the powerful. but if it can be enlisted, it is because it exists, and it exists because there subsists in it this core of functions, of questions and answers which, behind the grand affirmations of the origin of the world and end of the world, related to death, sex and birth. These questions, which concern the biological reproduction of human societies, as I just noted, are experienced by people unconsciously, amidst anguish or unconscious anguish. The anxiety the questions cause has not disappeared with the advent of class societies, quite the contrary. But we cannot say that anxiety is confined to class societies, for it is older than they are. It is this anxiety which seizes the child and makes him seek the protection of his parents. It is this anxiety which makes someone who has escaped an accident tremble afterwards, makes soldiers engaged in battle pale before the assault, and overcomes old people at the approach of an inevitable end rendered still more harrowing by illness. The capacity to confront the naked reality of death, fearlessly and with utter lucidity, whether amidst the dangers of work, war, illness or even love, one is alone before love as one is alone before death, Malraux, is a grand tragic theme of popular wisdom and materialist philosophy. Freud, suffering from a serious case of cancer of the jaw, knew that he was doomed, yet he kept working down to the last minute, racked by pain of the worst kind, knowing that he was going to die, and knowing when. He treated death for what it is, nothing. But what suffering for this nothing? I mention Freud. This is an example and, because of Freud's fame, a well-known example. But how many hundreds of millions of nameless men and women have attained the terrible calm of death, what is called the peace of death, only after unspeakable, interminable suffering? When we recall that sexuality too can cause excruciating anguish, and that existence, birth, is a mystery, why me and not someone else? We can see that the religious acts that objectively sanction the biological reproduction of individuals and make social men and women of them are underwritten by a human anguish that cannot be laid to rest by reason alone. Materialist philosophy long contended that religion owes its existence to the fear of death. Fear creates the gods. To combat religion, materialist philosophers undertook to rob it of death by doing away with the fear of death and demonstrating that death is nothing. As early as the 4th century BC, Epicurus reasoned as follows: for someone still alive, death is nothing, since he is alive. For one who is dead, death is nothing, since he no longer knows anything about it. 15 In the 18th century, other materialists showed that a human being is simply matter in organized form, which, when it disintegrates, in death, returns to its former state. These arguments could be accepted by minds that were already strong, but they were too feeble to convince most people, who sought refuge in religion. It is certainly true that death in the proper sense is no longer anything at all for a corpse, and is, for someone still alive, only an infinitesimally brief moment that he must get through. Is, however, false as far as the suffering that precedes so many deaths is concerned, and false for the survivors, who are taught the eternal lesson of human finitude by the dying and see in advance, in death, the inexorable destiny awaiting them too, the lesson of fear. Yet it is here, notwithstanding the fact that philosophical demonstrations are not enough to deliver people of the fear of death, that we can sense a certain divorce, or a radical divorce, between the religious and philosophical conceptions of the world. When Plato declares that to philosophize is to learn to die, 16 he is plainly echoing the themes of religious resignation, but by way of reflection and reasoning. To die is to be separated from the sensory and the body so as to be able to contemplate the truth. When Spinoza declares, in a materialist sentence, that to philosophize is to learn not to die, but to live, he goes further than Epicurus's demonstration, rather than showing that death is nothing that is, rather than calling attention to death, he treats it as if it were nothing that is. treats it by passing it over in silence, and talks about life alone. 17. These two opposed attitudes, opposed because one of them reinforces religion, while the other treats it very critically, the former idealist and the latter materialist, have at least one thing in common: they proceed by reasoning, and painstakingly seek out rational proofs and demonstrations. How persuasive they are is another question. When Plato explains that the body is, for man, a tomb that prevents him from seeing the truth, and that to die is to free oneself of the body, equals to turn away from sense impressions, and behold the truth, it takes considerable goodwill to follow him. 18. When Epicurus produces his demonstration about death, it hardly convinces us, irrefutable though it may be. Yet the fact remains that the reasons cited by philosophers are reasons, even if they are sometimes artificial or arbitrary, especially in the idealist tradition, and they are reasons sought by a painstaking effort of reason, which undertakes to produce a consistent rational discourse in which everything coheres. What a contrast with religion! Religion has always had its reasons, without going to the least trouble to look for them, without expending the least effort to find them, without establishing a coherent rational order among them. It has received its reasons from God Himself in the revelation, and since it has also received the absolute guarantee of their truth, it runs no risk of ever being deceived. It is forever sure of what it says, and when it talks about death or someone in his death agony, it does so in order to transfigure this ordeal by frightening people, sinners will go to hell, or consoling them, but, always, by exploiting it to reproduce its own power. It is quite striking that this divorce between materialism and religion manifests itself in the most concrete, the most pedestrian everyday practice of the ordinary people who consider themselves non-philosophers. I said earlier that the passive, resigned aspect of the philosophy of non-philosophers had something religious about it. One need only recall the onerous heritage weighing them down to confirm this: their long centuries of servitude and all their abortive revolts, drowned in blood. It is understandable that they should be instinctively suspicious and wary of the omnipotent power, nature and the dominant class, that bears down on and crushes them. It is understandable that, instructed by an age-old prudence, they should resort to cunning to counter the effects of this power, and strive simply to survive by avoiding these effects. At the same time, however, we find the germs of an altogether different, counterposed conception in the same people's spontaneous philosophy, one which inverts the order of the arguments. Th's conception returns fearlessly to the idea that to be human is to be subject to finite conditions of life and finite capacities and, ultimately, to be mortal. Rather than appealing to God and lapsing into resignation, however, it draws its conclusions from people's real practice, judging that it is precisely this finite condition of destitution and need that makes people work, transform nature and search painstakingly, a task religion spares them, for a little truth about the world. There is, in Plato, a story about the beginnings of humanity. It is told by the materialist philosopher Protagoras, for Plato has given him the Althusser. Protagoras explains that, unlike animals, whom nature protects from the cold with fur, people are born into a hostile world completely naked. Animals reproduce themselves without making a fuss, sans histoire for, precisely, animals have no history, n'ont pas de histoire. Human beings, however, have had to gather in groups, shivering, and go to work to survive. Have transformed their destitution into productive activity. They have invented society and the arts and sciences, endowing themselves with a history thanks to this effort and producing all the marvels of the arts and crafts. 19 opens up infinite perspectives. But, to add a word to Protagoras' tale, it is surprisingly true that people are born completely naked. In other words, Human babies are premature, unlike animals young, which can walk and do without their mother's care as soon as they are born, and wouldn't survive if their mother didn't provide them with the indispensable nourishment, care and love they need simply to survive. Born naked in the human beings discover the same nakedness again in each of their children. To conduct a child towards humanity is to invest it with all that humankind has achieved in its history, to introduce it into this history, a product of the effort and struggle that constitutes what is specifically human. Man is an animal who works, can't. 20 Man is a tool-making animal, Franklin, 21 Marx 22. Man is a historical animal. Ths may be observed even in everyday life. For people do not just passively endure the events of natural and social life. They transform something in nature and society insofar as they work, insofar as they act. Every worker knows that he has only to apply his labor power properly to the tools he uses to work on a given material in order to produce a new result, a product that didn't previously exist in nature. He can see that he has only to act on other people, directly or indirectly, in order to produce, under favorable circumstances, certain effects which, if enough individuals unite in the same action, can likewise culminate in a new result that didn't previously exist in society. Th's experience strengthens people's conviction that there are reasons for things, comprehensible and controllable reasons, since one succeeds in producing definite results by respecting the laws of their production, which are laws of nature and society. Production and action are thus proof of the truth of these laws. And, since those who act are human beings, they know the laws that govern what they do, for they have to respect them. An 18th-century Italian philosopher, Giambattista Vico, said verum factum, which means that, what is true is what has been made or truth is revealed by activity. 23 In the same mode, religion can declare that if God knows the world, it is because he made or created it. The worker can reply that the first to have this experience wasn't God, for go see if he exists, but the worker himself, in his practice of production. The scientist can say the same thing, for he will not obtain scientific results unless he puts an elaborate experimental array in place and has such exact knowledge of its laws that he can trust his results. A vast experience is performed in this way by all who work, from laborers, craftsmen and farmers to scientists. It accumulates in the course of human history, producing and reinforcing a materialist conception of the world based on determinism and the laws governing things, laws discovered in the practice of transforming nature and society. In principle, this philosophy no longer has anything religious, passive or resigned about it. On the contrary, it is a philosophy of work and struggle, an active philosophy that seconds people's practical efforts. Unlike idealism, which is a philosophy of theory, materialism is a philosophy of practice. By this we mean not that this philosophy neglects theory, but that it puts practice above theory, or affirms the primacy of practice over theory. If this is indeed the case, we shall explain what all these expressions mean. We cannot avoid asking the following question. If it is true that people spend the better part of their lives at work, where they are confronted by the necessity of the things of nature, and in struggle or submission, where they are confronted by the necessity of the things of society, then how are we to explain the fact that the first of the great philosophies of the philosophers, Plato's, was idealist, and that idealism has represented, throughout the history of philosophy, the dominant tendency, with materialism represented by only a handful of philosophers courageous enough to go against the current? It will doubtless be said that religion already existed and dominated philosophy to the point of making it its handmaiden, imposing the idealist standpoint on it. We saw a moment ago, however, that this explanation falls short of the mark, and that the philosophy of the philosophers had reasons of its own, more complicated reasons, to surge up in history in the form of idealism. It is time to say a few words on the subject and, therefore, to discuss the beginnings of the philosophy of the philosophers. Why did this philosophy surge up in the world of the 5th century BC in Greece? 24 historians have proposed several different answers to this question. Some have said that philosophy sprang up in Greece on the basis provided by the existence of a market and currency, since currency provided an example of abstraction that inspired philosophical abstraction. Others have said that philosophy sprang up in Greece on the basis provided by democracy, since democratic rules provided an abstract model for philosophical abstraction and imposed a confrontation between differing viewpoints. We shall adopt one feature of these explanations, their insistence on the abstract nature of philosophical notions and reasoning. But must we look for the origin of philosophical abstraction in money or in democracy? It seems not. We should look for it, rather, in the first true science to have erupted in the history of human culture, precisely in 6th century and 5th century Greece, geometry. Involved here was a veritable revolution in knowledge, the apparition of a way of thinking and reasoning that had never before existed and that no one had foreseen. Previously, empirical mathematics had been highly developed by the peoples of the eastern Mediterranean basin, but it had been unable to attain theoretical form. What does that mean? It means that people were familiar with a great many properties of numbers, arithmetic, and figures, geometry. These properties had been derived from the observation of combinations of real numbers and comparisons of concrete figures. At the time, people reasoned about concrete objects, the number of oxen, the distances and surface areas bounded by fields, and so on. They knew how to perform various operations on numbers and geometrical figures. The proof is that architects and shipbuilders or the builders of temples could, in practice, solve very difficult problems using technical rules and formulas. Their solutions compel our admiration even today. Mathematics of this kind produced correct results. It had, however, nothing to do with the mathematics we know, which arose in Greece around a more or less mythical figure named Thales towards the 6th century BC. Why? Because these correct mathematical results were simply the result of empirical observations and practices, they had been neither explained nor demonstrated. With Thales, everything changed. People began to reason in a completely different way about a different kind of object. Thales stopped observing combinations of concrete numbers and transformations of concrete figures in order to reason about abstract objects considered as such, pure numbers and pure figures, abstracted from their content or from concrete representations of them. And those who reasoned about these abstract objects began to use different methods of reasoning, abstract in their turn, which proved to be enormously productive, no longer empirical comparison, but pure demonstration and deduction. When they studied the properties of the angles of the triangle, they did not reason, even if they drew a triangle in the sand, about the concrete triangle drawn in the sand, but about the pure triangle, representing all possible triangles. And once they had demonstrated a property, they were absolutely certain that it was incontestable and valid for all possible triangles. However, was not the sole interest of this stunning discovery, because the pure mathematician's practice was not confined to demonstrating the validity of already discovered properties. It also multiplied the properties of its object by revealing in it new properties that empirical mathematicians had not only not known, but could not even have suspected. Demonstrations, a philosopher was to say, are the eyes of the soul. they see infinitely further than the eyes of the body. 25. What, until then, had seen infinitely further than the eyes of the body, the limited human body that is destined to die? Religion. There can be no doubt that this qualitative leap in human knowledge, the prestige and fecundity of the new mathematics and, above all, its total autonomy and its capacity to produce demonstrations beyond the reach of time and death, through the effort of the human mind, had, in some fashion, undermined religion. It was in this way that the philosophy of the philosophers, which had been stagnating in cosmologies, theories of the universe, the nature of the basic elements composing it, water, fire, cold, warmth and so on, reached a decisive turning point, conquering, with Plato's grand undertaking, an irreversible historical existence. Although the beginnings of philosophy can be considered to predate Plato, they were just its first stammers. The philosophy of the philosophers came into being only with Plato, and these philosophers referred to Plato as the founder, the foremost of their contemporaries, the first to establish the existence and form of philosophy and impose it in history. What the philosophers still do not know is why this form was invented and why it is still a viable form. We may indeed suppose that religion, which cemented Greek society and unified its ideas and was, therefore, its dominant ideology, was put to a severe test by the sudden emergence of mathematical science, and that its pretensions to possessing every truth were dealt a serious blow. For the first time, religion saw its field of operations restricted by the achievements of a secular science that stated incontestable truths and spoke a language completely different from the one religion spoke, the language of pure demonstration. A threat now hung over the dominant ideas and their religious unification. What did Plato do? He came up with the unheard-of project of restoring the unity of the dominant ideas undermined by the advent of mathematics, not by combating mathematics in the name of religion, nor by contesting its methods or results, but, quite the contrary, by acknowledging their existence and validity, and borrowing from them the novelty they had introduced, the idea of pure objects to which pure reasoning can be applied. That is why he had this famous sentence engraved on the lintel of his school of philosophy: "Let none who is not a geometer enter here." 26. Yet the same Plato, who had apparently gone to school to mathematics, conducted this whole operation for the sole purpose of making mathematics go to school to his philosophy. He put mathematics not in first place, but in second in his philosophy after philosophy itself. He thereby managed, by subordinating mathematics to his philosophy, to gain control over it, or, in other words, to put it back in its place in the established order, the order, that is, of the moral and political values that mathematics had momentarily threatened or might threaten. Thus he beat back the threat that the discovery of mathematics represented for the dominant ideas of his day. Of course, this gigantic political ideological operation, which restored the jeopardized unity of the dominant ideas, was not a pure and simple retreat. For something quite different from a cosmology or myth was needed to dispel the menace, a new discourse operating on pure objects, the ideas, using a new method, rational and dialectical demonstration. It is easy to understand why, to gain control over the existence of mathematical ideas and put them back in their place, subordinate to philosophies, what was required was a discourse on a par with them. His new discourse was, quite simply, that of the philosophy of the philosophers. The consequence, however, was that philosophy, which was born of this counterattack, simultaneously took its place in the other camp, that of religion, or, rather, of the ideas and the dominant ideology unified by religion. For it was quite as if the advent of the new science had put a tear in the relatively unified fabric of the dominant ideas. This tear had to be patched up. Do you know the kind of people who, when they feel they've been cornered in a debate, shift ground to get out of a tight spot or repair the damage done? Allowance duly made, things happened much the same way here. Plato's invention of philosophy represented the change of terrain that was indispensable to overcoming the difficulties encountered on the old terrain, indispensable to repairing the damage caused by the apparition of science in a world unified by religion. It is what allows us to say that Platonic philosophy merely shifted the problems and role of religion onto the terrain of pure rationality. If philosophy makes its appearance, it is to ward off the threat of science so as to restore order, religion's order. But it does so with one difference: philosophy's God was to be, as we have already seen, a God different from the God of simple believers. He was to be the God of the philosophers and scientists. Order was restored, to be sure, but the result of this spectacular thrust and parry, this dazzling philosophical riposte, was that there were now two new characters on the stage of existing culture, characters whose existence no one had foreseen. One was an authentic science, pure mathematics. It supplanted empirical mathematics and was to undergo phenomenal developments, which began in antiquity with the work of Euclid and Archimedes, before making the birth of Galilean physics possible in the 16th and 17th centuries. The other character was philosophy. Philosophy that emerged at this time, in a victorious operation, did not in any sense break with religion, pace the 18th century rationalists. It emerged as a replique and a rejoinder to the emergence of mathematics, as a defensive maneuver, the purpose of which was to restore the jeopardized unity of the dominant ideas and, consequently, of religion. His philosophy openly announced itself as the philosophy of the philosophers, and philosophy teachers, for, to practice it, one had to be a geometer, that is, versed in the new science and its methods, and capable of reinterpreting religion in a rational discourse. 27 It wasn't given to everyone. On Plato's own witness, this philosophy was idealist. It rang in the interminable domination of materialism by idealism in the history of philosophy, a domination that coincides with the existence of class societies and persists in our own time. For only an idealist could successfully hold mathematical truths and all the material practices making up human existence at bay, subordinating them to ideas superior to concrete knowledge, connaissances. For only an idealist could successfully enlist a discourse of a rational cast in the service of religious values and questions. It is to be an idealist thus to affirm philosophies and the philosophers' absolute power over all things and all truth, a position that makes the truth a religious and political power and makes philosophers a small group of initiated intellectuals in sole possession of the truth, which they consent to hand down from on high to the common herd and also to kings, should they be inclined to lend an ear to it. For the kings and priests, and all those holding any sort of power whatsoever, have a stake in this philosophy. It is the only one capable of putting things in order and reinforcing the order of things so that everyone stays in his place and performs his social function, so that the slave remains a slave, the craftsman, a craftsman, the merchant, a merchant, the freeman, the priests, the warriors, and the king, a king. Idealism talks about truth, but, behind truth, it is power that appears on the horizon, and, with power, order. Philosophers seem to withdraw from the world. They do so to set themselves apart from the ignorant, from common men and materialists. But they withdraw from the world only to intervene in it and dictate the truth to it, the truth of power and order. It will be objected that it is strange that a handful of men should presume to exercise a power of this kind. For what forces can they call on, their discourse aside? The only possible answer is that their discourse has power because it serves the powers that be, borrowing its force from the forces philosophers serve. Quid pro quo. But what can the discourse of idealist philosophers really give? What does it add to the social forces it serves, the religious powers that be, the political powers that be, and so on? Might it be that the political authorities and religion need a supplement of force which takes, precisely, the form of idealist philosophy? But to what end? We shall leave this new question in abeyance. Patience. To conclude our discussion of Plato's philosophy, which inaugurates the whole history of philosophy, here is one last surprising trait. This idealist philosophy carries its adversary, materialism, inside it. Plato, who ranges himself with the friends of the ideas, combats the materialism of the friends of the earth. 28 Yet, in several passages, their materialism figures in his own thought. Ths is a strange property that we never observe in the sciences, carrying one's adversary inside oneself. Plato's idealist philosophy, however, carries materialism inside itself, present, albeit refuted. It does so not to give it the allure, but to ward it off, to get the jump on it. It does so to occupy in advance positions that materialism might capture, and to bend the materialist arguments themselves, roundly refuted or turned against themselves, to idealism's service. Let us generalize. Every philosophy, idealist or materialist, carries its adversary inside itself, with the aim of preventively refuting it. Well and good. But why must it refute it? Why must it carry its adversary's arguments inside itself, even if these arguments are turned against him? Why can a philosophy not be quite simply and serenely idealist, or quite serenely materialist, without troubling itself about its foe? Is there not place in the sun for one and all? Is there so little available space that one has to squabble over it? Why are there necessarily adversaries in philosophy, and why does this combat necessarily revolve around idealism and materialism? Strange. The Big Detour. The Big Detour starts here. At the end of it, we will be able to answer the questions that we have already encountered and posed. At the philosophy we wish to explain has to make this big detour reminds us that the explorers of the 14th to the 16th centuries had to venture into the unknown and pass the tips of the continents, sailing round the Cape of Good Hope and negotiating the Straits of Magellan, to conquer other seas and other worlds for human knowledge, to take the measure of the earth and confirm that it was round. By the time they returned to port, their caravels battered, with sails in shreds, they had a completely different idea of the little world in which they lived. One has to leave one's own world behind and make the big detour of the world to know one's own world. One can never venture too far afield in quest of the adventure of coming home. The same holds for philosophy. If a philosophy truly, honestly wants to know itself, to discover the place it occupies in the philosophical world and that which properly distinguishes it from all other philosophies, it has to make the grand detour through the history of philosophy and engage other works near and far, indeed, as far as possible from itself, so that it can come home laden with comparisons and know a little better what it is. All great philosophies make this big detour. Kant went looking for ways of knowing himself in distant Plato and in Descartes, who was close at hand. Marx went to the ends of the earth to look for ways of defining himself, in Aristotle and in what was nearest, but also farthest, in Hegel. We too, therefore, shall make this big detour. To do so, we shall call on the philosophers farthest from us and closest to us. Simultaneously, however, we shall make another big detour, taking our distance from the philosophy of the philosophers in order to analyze concrete human practices. we shall engage in the perilous venture of making the big detour through non-philosophy in order to discover, once we have come home, what philosophy might be. There exist countless histories of philosophy, and some of them are good. But who has ever seen to write a history of non-philosophy? Who, I mean, has ever seen to write a history of everything that the dominant idealist philosophy, and even the dominated materialist philosophy, which has all too often been forced, under pressure from the other, to think exclusively in terms of the other's questions, has neglected, rejected, censored or abandoned as the refuse of existence and history, as objects unworthy of its attention? Above all, matter, its ponderousness and power. Above all, labor and its conditions, exploitation, slaves, serfs, proletarians, women and children in the hell of the factory, and slums and disease, and the attrition due to usury and also physical attrition. Above all, the body and the desire that comes to it from its sex, that suspect part of man and woman which countless authorities have surveyed and still do. Above all, woman, long man's property, and children, monitored from earliest infancy and in the stranglehold of an elaborate system of controls. Above all, madness, condemned to the humanitarian prison of the asylums. Above all, prisoners, hunted down by law and right, and all the exiles, the condemned and the tortured. Above all, the barbarians for the Greeks and the Wags or foreigners or natives for us. Above all, state power and all its apparatuses of coercion and persuasion, concealed in seemingly neutral institutions, the family, the school system, the healthcare system, the administration, the constitution. Above all, class struggle. Above all, war. No more than that. Aristotle does of course talk about slaves, but only to say that they are animals. Hegel does of course talk about war, but only to say that it regenerates the nations as a blast of wind from the heavens stirs up still waters to keep them from stagnating. Spinoza does of course talk about the body and says that its powers are unknown, but he says nothing about sex. An insignificant detour, only to fall back into line. And to whom did it ever occur, for centuries, at any rate, for to write a history of these non-philosophical objects in order to show that if the dominant philosophy has so thoroughly scorned them, it is because it has an interest in hushing up its own relationship with the official censorship of them, its own complicity with the dominant class's religion, morality and politics? What if this complicity went a good way towards deafening philosophy itself? Before the war, the French philosopher Nizan defined philosophers as watchdogs. On all these burning questions, philosophers did not even have to bark. All they had to do was keep their mouths shut. In this short book, we cannot, for material reasons, touch on all these questions. On the big detour that we are about to make, we shall discuss only some of the human practices in the domain of non-philosophy, the most important for understanding what philosophy is, but everyone should keep the existence of the others in mind, for they silently accompany everything that will be said here. Let us go back to the double advent of the world's first science and the philosophy that took shape in response to it. The reader will no doubt find that we have got ahead of ourselves. We have been invited to witness this double event, and we have understood that philosophy is in some sense charged with the task of patching up the tear that science puts in the fabric of the dominant ideology. Well and good. But we have been told that the characteristic feature of this first science was to break with the empirical practice of the mathematics of an earlier day and reason on the basis of demonstrations about abstract objects. We have also been told that philosophy had to follow suit in order to carry out its task of ideological restoration. Yet no one has explained to us what this science really was, or what the bases on which it could come about were, or, above all, what the much vaunted purity and abstraction distinguishing its objects and reasoning were. What might this abstraction be, and what proves that it was born, miraculously, with this science, that it was not preceded by other forms of abstraction? To answer, we have to begin again at the beginning, with the practical experience of the broad masses of people who work, suffer, struggle and make history, even when they simply endure it. We have to try to see whether we can find something in this practical experience that resembles abstraction and the abstract. Spontaneous, common-sense reaction, based on experience of real practices, is to say, but that's impossible. Everything that exists is concrete. What could be more concrete than a man and a woman? What could be more concrete or more material than a field, horses, a tractor, a factory, a commodity, money? Everything is what it is, it exists, it's definite, it consists of all its parts, it coexists with an infinite number of other things that are just as concrete. What are you after with your abstraction? You're well aware that if someone starts telling you stories that make no sense, you say, all three abstraction, that's just abstractions, in other words, just a string of statements that take no account of the real, the concrete. And you show him the door. We're quite sure that we're living in the concrete world, from cradle to grave, we live in the concrete and under the domination of the concrete. It's tough enough as it is, without us having to make things up to boot and believe in things that don't exist. Leave us alone with your abstractions. In this reaction, there is a profound protest against what we shall call bad abstractions, which the whole materialist tradition, Spinoza, 1, and certain idealists, Hegel, 2, have condemned. Fact is that when one abstracts from reality, it is usually in order to lose oneself in daydreams, which are sometimes motivated by personal interests. And, in that case, it is because someone wants to divert people's attention from reality, to mislead them about it. Abstraction, however, does not always bear on all of reality. One can abstract from part of reality in order to focus on the rest. Farmer plowing his field and the worker on his assembly line abstract from quite a few things while working, so that they can think about nothing but their work. Similarly, in order to consider this or that aspect of the reality they are studying, scientists abstract from the rest. It is not that the rest doesn't exist, they simply set it aside temporarily, as the farmer at his plow temporarily sets his wife and children aside. Let us generalize. Every specific practice, labor, scientific research, medicine, political struggle, abstracts from the rest of reality in order to concentrate on transforming one part of it. To abstract is to detach a part of reality from the rest. Abstraction is, to begin with, this operation and its result. Abstract is opposed to the concrete as the part detached from the whole is opposed to the whole. But a long way that's got us. For when you detach, when you abstract, one part of the real, that part too is real. In what sense can you call it abstract? Not in a negative, but in a positive way. If the part abstracted is made of the same stuff as the concrete whole from which it has been abstracted, what remains of the abstraction? Act of carving things up. Butcher who carves a piece of lamb following the articulations, Plato, cuts away one part, then another. 3 is a leg of lamb an abstraction? Butcher will laugh in your face, it's mutton like all the rest. We need to broach things differently, then, the way they are broached in an example adduced by Descartes, who reflects on the imagination of painters, For however far the imagination goes, it cannot go beyond existing nature, existing beings. But the painter can combine parts of reality, taken here and there from beings that don't possess all of them at once. Thus if you take a woman's body, a lion's claws and an eagle's head, and paint all that end to end, you come up with a creature no one has ever laid eyes on, a completely new, unprecedented creature, a creature that doesn't exist, a chimera. Chimera is the product of a series of abstractions, because the woman's body is abstracted from this or that woman, the eagle's head from this or that eagle and the lion's claws from this or that lion, or pictures of them. All this comes from nature. Yet the result isn't found in nature. Quite the contrary, the result of this series of combined abstractions adds something to nature that wasn't in nature. Th's time, the definition of abstraction is positive. It is, however, also quite paradoxical, since it adds something to nature without leaving nature behind. It is the product of the imagination of the painter, who doesn't confine himself to carving something up, like the butcher, but composes something. But that's a matter for painters, it will be objected. What in the world does it have to do with life? The overwhelming majority of people aren't painters. Don't live in the land of chimeras and the imagination. They live in the concrete. Quite. But what if we said that the first abstraction that people have to do with, in all their everyday acts, day and night, yes, and not in their dreams, was language? What, after all, is a word, if not a sound, an articulated sound, and thus something that exists in nature that has been extracted, hence abstracted, from the whole set of sounds existing in nature? Yet this abstract, abstrate, which also means abstracted thing known as a word possesses the existence of abstraction only because, as a sound, it is combined or associated with the thing it designates. Thus when we say, I call a cat, 5 we mean that the sound cat, produced by a certain configuration of the muscles of the mouth and tongue, is associated with the natural reality, the animal that goes chasing after mice and meows when it's hungry, the one called cat. Cat is thus a sound become a word because it has been associated with the living thing that is a cat. It is also plain that, as with a chimera, this composition consisting of two elements extracted from nature, the sound cat and the animal, the cat, is totally arbitrary. Plato long ago pointed out the arbitrary nature of the choice of the words used to designate things, although he was inclined to think that there was a natural correspondence between word and thing, sound and thing. He cited many different examples in Greek. 6 we can cite others in French. For example, when we talk about a murmur, we see, as it were, the lips open partway and close again, twice, in order to produce the sound. It is as if we were seeing the sound that they make in enunciating the word. Similarly, when we pronounce the word brouhaha, it is clear that the sound of the word imitates the noise a crowd makes. Even when we pronounce the word tremble, he trembles, whether it is a question of the tree known by the name tremble, trembling poplar or a naked man gripped by the cold, it is as if we were seeing the movement of a slender trunk battered by the wind or a shivering body like the one we can admire in a famous painting by the 15th century Italian painter Masaccio, a picture of John the Baptist on the banks of a stream. A man is pouring the baptismal water over his nude body, and he is shivering. 7 to paint a shiver. However, apart from a handful of words which, as it were, reproduce the thing, but are nevertheless not the thing because they are words or signifiers, the immense majority of words reproduce absolutely nothing of the thing they designate. Words man and woman bear no resemblance at all, whether of sound, smell, taste, form or anything else, to the real beings known as a man and a woman. And God, for those who believe in him, bears no resemblance, as a word, to the reality that God is supposed to be, so much so that an entire school of theologians, the word designating people who are supposed to know and say what God is, defended the idea that there is no relation between God and any name in language. They held that we should give God no name at all and that the only way to name him was to use names while simultaneously negating them. Thus one could only name God by saying that he was the not existent, the not powerful, the not perfect, even the not God. Thus is a way not of doing away with him, but of saying that he is beyond all possible names, for he is beyond all possible realities. The overwhelming majority of words are thus perfectly arbitrary with respect to the things they designate. Thus means that there is no natural, material relationship between the sound and the meaning of words. It was this fact that the linguist Althusser noted in developing the theory of the arbitrary nature of the sign. He showed that there is no natural, necessary relation between the sounds or written signs known as words and the things they designate, but that, in contrast, a necessary, if arbitrary relationship, arbitrary, with no natural basis, whether of correspondence or resemblance, had been established between signs and things. How was this relationship established? It was obviously not established by God, although believers of all religions claim that he or his messenger bestowed language on humanity. If it was not established by God, then it must have been established by human beings. Here, however, insuperable problems crop up, which 18th-century philosophers tried in vain to resolve, for in order for human beings to agree to assign definite words, and the same words, to things, they had to live in society. To live in society, however, they had first to have concluded a social pact or convention among themselves, and to conclude that convention, they obviously needed language. Thus we find ourselves in a theoretical vicious circle, which we can get out of only by supposing, as Rousseau does, that language has an unknown origin, and yet a beginning, because it has not always existed, since human beings were animals to begin with, and animals do not talk. 9. While there is no relation between names and things that is not arbitrary and conventional, Althusser showed that there exist, in contrast, necessary relations between the sounds of a language, and that it is the regulated difference of the phonological system that distinguishes the different words. Thus means that no phonological element exists in isolation. It exists only by virtue of the difference distinguishing it from, and relating it to, the other phonological elements. Thus P does not exist in itself, but in its difference from B. D does not exist in itself, but in its difference from T, and so on. Hence language is, as far as its sounds are concerned, simply a system of differences. It is this rule of similarity and difference that results in the constitution of units of sound, enabling us to identify words, hence to tell words apart and, thanks to words, to distinguish things by naming them. Similarly, Althusser showed that there exist relationships of proximity and opposition between words, often called signifiers from this new standpoint, and that language has available to it a whole series of words and constructions whose sole function is to bring out this affinity or difference. For instance, the French word sun means both sound and bran. Special words or phrasal constructions allow us to distinguish two meanings of the same word: the sound of the trumpet, le son du clairon. He's playing the ass to get bran, il fait l'aine pour avoir du son. 10. Language, albeit arbitrary, constitutes a double system that is at once phonological, its different sounds, and grammatical, the arrangement of its words and sentences, and those sentences are regulated by laws that are necessary and necessarily respected. If they weren't, everyone would be completely at sea. It is this strange reality, language, which makes the operation known as abstraction possible. All those who speak, therefore, make natural use of abstraction, of this new abstraction. Tha would be quite surprised to be told that, just as Monsieur Jourdain was surprised to hear that he had been speaking prose. Yet it is true. Proof is that we may take any word at all, with just one exception. We shall see which one, the proper name, and even then, only with reservations, to bring out the fact that all people make use of this abstraction. In other words, even while they live in the concrete, they live in abstraction as well, whatever their acts, even their most concrete acts. Take a farmer who says, "The cow died." For him, it is a question of his cow, not just any cow, Gratius, who died last night while calving because the veterinarian had had an accident. Thus it is a question, when the farmer talks about the cow, of his cow and, among his cows, of a single cow, precisely the one that died last night. Thus it is a question of an animal that can be confused with no other, the most concrete, and the most singular thing imaginable. Yet any farmer at all could say, of his cow, or any cow, provided that he designates it either in language or with a gesture, the cow, vach. And if the conditions of concrete designation are fulfilled, no one will misunderstand him. In other words, in each case, that is, in every case, that is, in any case at all, the most abstract, the most general of forms, namely the two words the cow, unfailingly designates the most concrete of objects, this cow and no other. And no one misunderstands. Exactly the same thing would happen with a worker who said, "The boss is a bastard, vach, 11 or the boss is a nice guy, but he is still a boss." In every case, the abstraction of language serves to designate the most concrete of concrete things. Ths is what the German philosopher Hegel showed in a famous passage of The Phenomenology of Spirit. 12. Suppose anyone at all, said Hegel, in any situation at all. Suppose that this person wants to designate something he is pointing to, or something he means, with the shortest and most concrete of words, a word that is hardly even a word, but a gesture designating the most singular thing in the world. The effect of this word or gesture is simply to show the concrete thing. It comes down to saying this, and nothing more. The thing that is this will be shown, and no one can mistake the thing shown, it's plainly this one, not that one. To make quite sure that this thing is indeed itself and will not disappear, for, a second later, it can be replaced by some other thing, the person will spell out, this, here, now. But, Hegel says, the person in question need only turn around. If he looks for the concrete, singular object, the this that was here, now, he is quite likely to discover, like someone in a train watching the scenery slip by, that the this that was here, now has completely changed. Another this has taken its place, here and now. Hegel quite rightly concludes not that concrete immediacy does not exist, but that the language whose function it is to designate it as concrete is itself abstract, general. Of course, we can ask whether there do not exist means other than the abstraction of language for grasping the concrete. When a man eats a pudding, he makes no mistake about what he's eating, he knows it's this pudding and no other. When a man embraces a woman and penetrates her, he makes no mistake about which woman is involved, except in Marivaux's comedies, it's clearly this woman, not another. But, and this is precisely the point, he doesn't speak, it is his arms and sex which have the fl or, parole, literally, have the word. The same thing applies when a worker works on his part, He designates the concrete object by holding it and working on it with the tools he has in his hand. We may conclude from this that there is an appropriation of the concrete that proceeds by way of not language, but the human body, whether a person works on raw material, is united with another person in the sexual act, consumes bread and wine to nourish himself, or takes state power. In every case, impostures aside, there is no mistaking the concrete object involved, and the person appropriates the concrete without a word. What is missing from this act of appropriation, however, is social communication, the ability to say to others, "This is my woman, this is my bread, this object is my horse or my tool." What is missing, consequently, is social, public recognition of the act of appropriation of the concrete. But everything goes to show that, to live in society, and people do live in society, an individual not only feels the need to appropriate concrete things physically, he also feels the need for social recognition of this act of appropriation, in the form of others' tacit consent or of property law. Otherwise, anyone at all could happen along and borrow or steal his horse and tools. Thus the act of physical, bodily appropriation has, in some way, to be redoubled by a sanction that makes the detour through a particular language, the language of law, droit, which publicly affirms, before all men, that this woman is well and truly his, not some other man's. That this horse is well and truly his, and so on. Even the most concrete kind of appropriation thus has to have the social sanction of the language of law, that is, of an abstract system of relations, if it is to be accomplished without risk, and not just without risk, but with all possible guarantees. When the concrete appropriation of the concrete does not submit to this abstraction and this sanction, it runs the risk, at the limit, of not being socially recognized, hence of violating the law, hence of being qualified as theft or crime. As such, it comes under yet another abstract rule, the law that prohibits taking others' property. Th's rule produces the public offense and the punishment for it, which, for its part, is always concrete, the penalty inflicted on the delinquent or criminal. Here we have the dialectical circle of the concrete and the abstract. There is no abstraction without the existence of the concrete. People can only maintain a social relation to the concrete, however, thanks to the abstract rules of language and law. If they break them, they pay concretely for their infraction. For abusive language, insults or lies almost always have consequences for their authors in person, as do thefts, violent crimes and other affronts to the law. Granted, the objection will run, we live under language and law. But we don't spend our whole lives doing that. Existence isn't made up of words alone, and the civil code doesn't govern everything we do. Law states general rules that apply to everyone. That's why they're called abstract. We have only to respect them to be left in peace. The rest of our time is our own, for instance, work, our personal lives, our desires and pleasures. That's the truly concrete aspect of our life, what we do on our own. Yes and no. Yes, because it is true that the individual who works is a concrete human being who applies his efforts to concrete matter using concrete tools, investing all his competence and patience in his task, even when he works for someone else, and all the more when he works for himself. Yes, because, to go from one extreme to the other, it is true that a man making love is a concrete man united with a concrete woman, with her and no other, who devotes all his attention and passion to the act. No, because we need take just a short step back from things to see that each of these concrete men succeeds in working or loving only by repeating gestures he has learned, which are subject to relations no less abstract than the relations of language and law. A worker, however skillful he may be, would not make such and such a gesture unless the form of his work, and thus the form of his practical gestures, were not imposed on him by the existing raw material and the existing tools or machines, which he has not made himself. They are products of a long history of social relations that have established this form independently of him, and unless the existing relations of production had assigned him his place in the organization and division of labor. His movements are of course his own, yet he merely repeats the same movements that millions of workers the world over are repeating at the same moment, movements established in advance, abstractly, for him and his peers, by the relations of production dominating the societies in which all of them live. No, because we have to take just a short step back from things to see that every concrete man who makes love to a concrete woman, to her and not another, and tries to tell her of his love and affection merely repeats, as a rule, give or take a few variations, and even when he tries to find other words and gestures all his own, the same few poor words and gestures which the tradition established and attempted to exalt long before he was born, and which the press and novels, as well as the radio, and songs, diffuse the livelong day. And if we take a little more distance from things, we shall see that there exist, in every culture, determinate, specific words and gestures, different words and gestures, for declaring one's love, or, sometimes, silence, when relations between the sexes are established in advance by the family or religion and are beyond appeal. Where do these words and gestures come from? From a certain standing idea of what is at stake in the relations between a man and a woman, or, rather, from a certain set of ideas about what it is appropriate to do as a function of what is at stake in the relations between a man and a woman. Th's set of ideas: love, always; the couple, happiness; the children. The idea that the initiative belongs to men, who are superior to women. Abandonment, remorse, return, death, makes up what may be called a practical ideology. These ideas exist only by virtue of their relations, which are obligatory for the vast majority of men and women, and it is these relations which inspire and govern the ordinary words and gestures of even the most concrete romantic ceremonial. We have taken these two examples, simple examples, so as not to complicate our exposition of an elementary truth. Th's truth is that it is not only language which is abstract, it is linked to concrete things, but is arbitrary and exists independently of them, and this makes it possible for it to have general value, the characteristic feature of all abstraction, and not only law which is abstract, since it abstracts from all particulars, is general and applies to every one. There also exists an infinite number of abstract gestures that are linked to concrete practices, yet exist independently of them, and this makes it possible for them to have general value and serve these concrete practices. Let us sum up what we have established so far. Abstraction is not detachment of a part belonging to the concrete whole. Abstraction is bound to the concrete and derives from the concrete in ways that can vary. Language is not abstracted from the concrete the way law is, or the way the abstract gestures of every practice are. Yet the peculiarity of abstraction is to be something other than part of the concrete. Since abstraction adds something to the concrete, what does it add? The generality of a relation, linguistic, legal, social, ideological, that concerns the concrete. Better, this relation dominates the concrete without the latter's knowledge, and it is this relation that constitutes the concrete as concrete. Thus we have something on the order of a cycle. Concrete is there at the beginning. Then comes the abstract. Then comes the concrete again. That is what we explained above, social appropriation of the concrete proceeds by way of the domination of abstract relations. There are, accordingly, two concretes: the concrete that is not appropriated socially, which at the limit is nothing, and the concrete that is not just socially appropriated by individuals, but produced as concrete by this appropriation. Means that, without language and law, without the relations of production and ideological relations, nothing in the world is concrete for man. For I can neither name it, nor attribute it, nor produce it, nor make my intentions known to it. Oscar Wilde has a story in which he recounts, in his fashion, the creation of the world and the garden and, in the garden, Adam and Eve. God was distracted back then and forgot to give Adam and Eve language. Wilde explains that Adam and Eve never encountered each other and, because they never encountered each other, nothing happened the way it was supposed to, neither the serpent, nor the fruit of the tree of good and evil, nor, consequently, sin, nor, consequently, the whole string of catastrophes, nor, consequently, the incarnation, nor, consequently, the redemption of the world. And why did Adam and Eve, who did in fact cross paths, never encounter each other? Since they didn't know how to talk, they couldn't see each other. But, it will be objected, if we are always in abstraction, or, rather, if we always live under the domination of abstraction, of abstract relations, if we must always proceed by way of abstraction to attain and transform the concrete, what difference is there between this abstraction that reigns everywhere and the abstraction of science that we discussed a moment ago? Is it simply a difference of degree? One might well think so. For every practice seems to have its own abstract relations, which make it what it is. And if we make our way up the hierarchy of practices, it seems reasonable to assume that we will observe a difference of degree in moving from the most common practices, language, production, human relations, to the practice regarded as the highest practice, scientific practice. We should, however, beware of this notion of a hierarchy of practices, hence of a difference in value or dignity. It is very likely to stem from something other than observation of the practice's respective places, namely from a social value judgment reflecting the organization of society. As appears very clearly, for example, in the hierarchy of practices in Plato, a hierarchy that merely serves to maintain and legitimate a social order, or, rather, legitimate its restoration. We shall therefore say, provisionally, and in order to avoid this risk, that each practice has a nature of its own, and thus its specificity. We shall add that the passage from one practice to another, as observed in the real world, must in its turn be analyzed with an eye to its specificity and specificity difference. For technical, abstraction, and scientific, abstraction, everyone will grant this difference if he compares, for instance, the productive practice of a farmer who owns a little land, has a herd of animals and still uses traditional farming methods with that of a big capitalist farmer who owns hundreds of acres in the Bossy region, has a machinery park and uses industrial methods. They do not have the same productive practice. A fortiori, the big landowner who does not work, but lives off ground rent, tenant farmer's rent, and speculation on his income, invested in the stock market or industry, does not have the same practice, because he does not produce anything. He lives off direct exploitation of his tenant farmers, and indirect exploitation of workers, through his investments in industry and shares. A wage worker who works on the assembly line in a factory that does not belong to him, on machines that do not belong to him, has yet another practice, and the same goes for his boss, who does not work, but exploits his workers and speculates on his revenues by investing in his firm or by working with the banks and other branches of industry in which he invests his profits. However, If we now consider not these workers or non-workers' immediate practice, what one sees them doing, but the practice which is realized in their tools, machines and methods, including the capitalists' financial methods, commands their immediate practice and furnishes them with the means of doing what they do, we find ourselves dealing with a completely different practice. It presupposes not only habits, tricks of the trade, familiarity with the methods of work and business, but also material realities such as machines, plant and institutions. In short, it presupposes the considerable technical know-how that is invested in these realities and therefore in the corresponding practices as well. Here the nature of the abstraction changes once again. If we can agree that the ensemble constituted by such realizations, factories, machines, methods of financial speculation, the organization of the labor process, represents the realization of a highly elaborated technique, then the abstraction present in this technique is that of knowledge, not just of know-how, savoir-faire, but also of an abstract, relatively coherent body of knowledge, savoir, recorded in treatises on agricultural production, tool-making, the organization of the labor process, capital investment and so on, know-how and knowledge that can be taught and transmitted. And this knowledge is verified by practice, because one can apply it to produce results. In our societies, in which the sciences play a very big role in production, this technical knowledge is, to some extent, fallout from scientific knowledge, insofar as one whole part of its realizations depends on the application of scientific results. I say to some extent, because there are idealist philosophers, such as Kant, who uphold the idea that technique is merely the consequence of scientific theory and is, therefore, pure theory, not a practice in its own right. To teach at, however, is to neglect the materiality of technical know-how and technical knowledge, the opacity and resistance of their object, which is irreducible to the transparency of pure theory, in order to promote the notion of a pure theory contained in a pure abstraction. It is also to neglect the fact that know-how and technical or practical knowledge existed long before the sciences made their appearance. Well before the advent of pure mathematics, as we have seen, people knew how to carry out mathematical operations to obtain results not just in calculation and measurement, but also in architecture, hydraulics, navigation and weaponry. They knew how to carry out operations in physics, in statics and dynamics, in order to transport enormous masses over great distances or launch projectiles using machines. They knew how to carry out operations in optics and chemistry, and could also, of course, perform all the agricultural operations required for cattle rearing or the cultivation of crops. To be sure, all this knowledge was empirical. It had not been obtained by demonstrations bearing on pure objects. Yet it was immense. And, without it, the discovery of pure mathematics, which initially provided demonstrations of results that had already been obtained, by the Babylonians, Egyptians and others, before going beyond them, would have been unthinkable. Where do this technical know-how and technical knowledge come from? They come from the technical discoveries that punctuate all of human history from the prehistoric period on, and have not disappeared from the history of our present. Without going all the way back to the Old Stone Age and the discovery of fire and stone knapping, we may note that humanity had discovered metals, the wheel, water power and wine power, and wheat when it made the transition from grazing to cultivation of the soil. No one knows how these discoveries were made. But they can only have emerged from elements already present, from an encounter between various earlier techniques and, doubtless, a chance event, an event or element that might not have been present, which precipitated a discovery in an unforeseen encounter of completely disparate elements. These discoveries can only have occurred on the basis of previous know-how and, in addition, on the basis of a representation of the world in which people lived. For let us not forget that these people, even if they were very primitive, lived in society. We have seen that the reproduction of such societies presupposed an entire system of ideas and rituals sanctioning both the community's biological reproduction and its relation to nature. It is hard to imagine that this religious representation of the world, which made it possible to identify each object and each practice and assign it its social significance, did not play a role in the simple perception of things, and in the discovery of new properties or the invention of tools and the earliest machines. That is why, if we can speak of know-how and technical or practical knowledge, we have to beware of imagining that they were acquired through simple direct contact with things, which revealed their properties to people in a purely empirical mode. As empiricism sees it, truth is in things, and knowing it is a matter of simply seeing it or extracting it. I separate out from the thing everything that is not its truth, and I have its truth. It is too simple to be true, for I always stand in practical relations to things, I work on them, and have to work on them to know them. When I work on them, I always have ideas in mind in which knowledge, savoir and ideology are inextricably intertwined. This ideological relation is an integral part of my work, research and discovery, since it has always framed my concrete knowledge, connaissance. There is no pure empirical knowledge. We can talk about empirical knowledge only by contrast, in order to bring out what is peculiar to scientific knowledge in its difference from practical technical knowledge. His thesis is important, for the notion of pure empirical knowledge on which all empiricist philosophies are based is an idealist myth that serves idealism as a justification or foil when it asserts the omnipotence of ideas or pure forms of knowledge. I have dwelt on technical practical knowledge because it constitutes one of idealist philosophy's blind spots. Idealist philosophy does not wish to see that this practical knowledge, a product of people's labor over the centuries and their trial and error discoveries, has a specificity all its own. It is determined to reduce it at all costs either to the myth of an empirical knowledge that does not exist in its supposed purity, or to science pure and simple, in its applied form. Idealist philosophy does not wish to see that technical practical knowledge preceded science and that, without it, science could not have emerged in history. His philosophy does not wish to see that, in our times, which are dominated by the sciences, discoveries are still made, as they were in Archimedes or Leonardo da Vinci's times, which do not come by way of science, but are appropriated by science after the fact. It does not wish to see that simple human practice, which works on or experiments with its object, can succeed in grasping what science, with pretensions sustained by the reigning ideology, has neglected, rejected or scorned. I spoke earlier of the history of non-philosophy, the history of all the mute human practices which have been relegated to the shadows, yet sustain or accompany all the visible practices and produce discoveries that sometimes erupt in the world of culture as a surprise and a scandal intolerable. For the dominant ideas. Would you like examples of discoveries resulting from practices scorned by the dominant philosophy? Machiavelli, who served princes and knew what he was talking about when he said that one must be people to know the prince, and who knew about the endless war that the fat wage on the lean. 3. Marx, who played an active part in the workers' movement and knew what he was talking about. History is the history of class struggle. 4. Freud, who squarely confronted hysteria and knew what he was talking about. We have unconscious thoughts and desires, and they are sexual. 5. I have dwelt on technical practical knowledge, which we may simply call practical knowledge, for another reason as well, because it is not pure. Not only does it not produce demonstrations or experimental proofs, as the sciences do, it is also always conspicuously entangled in the silent relations of the representation of the world or the ideology of the society or social group that produces it. To put the accent on practical knowledge is also to highlight the condition for all knowledge that we call ideology. Many philosophers have recognized the existence of pre-scientific notions and erroneous ways of picturing things among men, the different errors inventoried by Bacon, among them the idols of the tribe, the social errors linked to the existence of authority and religion. 6. Very few philosophers, however, have ever maintained that these preconceived or erroneous ideas should be thought not singly, but with an eye to the system they form, and in a way that is not negative, simple errors, but positive. We find this intuition in Spinoza, who puts what he calls the first kind of knowledge, or imagination, before scientific knowledge, the second kind of knowledge. 7. All perception is given in this first kind of knowledge, all things are named by it, and each perceived and named thing is situated by it in the system of the imagination, the order of things as they are imagined in this necessary illusion. 8. It is the illusion not of a psychological faculty. Spinoza rejects the notion of faculties. 9. But of a world, which is always a social world. Not until Marx was further progress made in the theory of this reality, ideology, the discovery that ideology too is constituted by abstract relations. Why this long discussion? Because we had first to situate both practical knowledge and the ideological relations in which, and under the domination of which, practical knowledge is produced in order to go on to present scientific knowledge. It was on the basis of practical knowledge and a particular ideological conjuncture that the first science, mathematics, erupted in history. Similar eruptions occurred again, always on the basis of a pre-existent body of practical knowledge and a particular ideological, philosophical, for philosophy existed once mathematics had emerged, and scientific conjuncture, in the case of all other sciences, physics, chemistry, biology and so on. In each case, however, we can speak of either a break or a shift in terrain to mark the difference between earlier practical knowledge and the nature of scientific knowledge in the strong sense of the word. Th's mutation always takes the form of a paradox from the standpoint of earlier answers, where new answers might be expected. Science begins by changing the questions. Marx. Where Scheele saw a solution, phlogistic, Lavoisier saw a problem, the discovery of oxygen, inaugurating chemistry, and so on. 10. Thus the advent of a science coincides with a mutation in the system of questions that science puts to nature, in the system of problems that science confronts, a mutation in the problematic. Naturally, this mutation affects the concepts in which science thinks its problems. Mutation of the problematic inherited from practical knowledge goes hand in hand with transformation of old notions into new concepts and, correlatively, of old objects into new objects. The triangle about which Thales reasoned was not the triangle drawn in the sand. The motion about which Galileo reasoned was not motion as conceived of by Aristotle. The chemists' bodies are not the alchemists' bodies. What is the essential difference between scientific and practical knowledge? We know that practical knowledge bears on concrete, empirical objects and the operations that make it possible to obtain concrete results. Since, however, what is in question here is knowledge, this knowledge adds something to the concrete objects about which it talks. What does it add? An abstraction which takes the form of generality, which, in other words, bears on, and bears only on, the finite set of concrete, innumerable objects, or the set of properties observed. Simply, it has been established by practice that such and such a formula applies generally to all observed cases, but only to them. In contrast, scientific knowledge bears on directly abstract objects, which are, consequently, endowed with an abstraction that is no longer generality, but universality. A scientific concept, theorem, or law holds for all the objects defined by that concept, theorem or law, without exception, although the scientific demonstration was carried out with respect to a single case, with respect, precisely, to an abstract object that has the property of representing the infinite set of objects of its kind. The leap from generality to universality, where the result demonstrated with respect to a single abstract object holds for all objects in the same category, brings about a radical transformation of the scope of knowledge. Knowledge is no longer limited to observed cases, since it now applies to all possible instances of the same type. The properties established for a pure triangle hold for all possible or real triangles. The most striking feature of this new knowledge is that, by putting the new universal concepts to work on new universal objects, one can produce new abstract objects and know them. This opens up a new field for scientific investigation. Science is no longer limited by the limitation of the observed cases about which practical knowledge reasons. Science cannot dispense with observation of the concrete, but this concrete is not the immediate existence of pure facts. Science's concrete is the experimental concrete, the purified concrete, definite and produced as a function of the problem to be posed, and inserted into an array of instruments that are merely, as Bashillard puts it, realized theories. 11. It is because this experimental concrete is subject to the conditions of its insertion into the experimental setup that it becomes a representative of its own species, that is to say, a representative of all the concrete instances identical to it. It thus makes it possible to know them by knowing only it, since it is produced in theoretically definite conditions guaranteeing its universal validity. It should not be supposed that the eruption of science, even when it occurs on the basis of practical knowledge, releases science once and for all from its relation to the concrete. Even in ideology, a relation to the concrete subsists. We shall see how. In practical knowledge, the relation to the real concrete is clearly a relation of knowledge, but only of general knowledge bearing on the set of observed cases, extended by a few limited inductions. In the case of scientific knowledge, the relation to the real concrete is objective, but universal. In science, accordingly, the relation to the concrete subsists, not only the concrete from which science sets out, the experimental concrete, but also the concrete at which it arrives, knowledge or the concrete in thought. Marx. 12. Moreover, as knowledge is always commanded by social practice, it returns, once produced, to social practice in the form of technical procedures or principles of action. Such is the cycle concrete abstract concrete. We have so far maintained these terms, concrete, abstract, for they seem to go without saying. But now that we have learned, in the course of our discussion, that there is no concrete except for a practice and no abstract except for a theory, we can replace our initial formulation with another and talk about the cycle practice-theory practice. We shall therefore say that every theory leaves practice only in order to return to it, in an endless cycle embracing the whole history of human culture. The thesis of the primacy of practice over theory refers to this cycle. Everyone knows this expression, which belongs to the Marxist materialist tradition. Yet it also belongs to idealism. For a philosopher such as Kant also affirms the primacy of practice over theory. 13. One must, however, be careful with words. In Kant, practice designates moral practice, the fulfillment of duty, whereas, in the Marxist tradition, it designates the activity of production and social struggle. Thus the same expression has two completely different meanings. The Marxist thesis of the primacy of practice over theory is nevertheless liable to misinterpretation, because of the little word primacy and the sharp distinction between practice and theory. It is idealism which radically separates practice from theory and, in general, puts theory in power over practice. In fact, there is theory, knowledge, in all practice, as there is practice in all theory, All knowledge results from labor. Pair theory practice designates not two distinct objects, but a variable relationship between two inseparable terms, the unity of practice and theory. As for primacy, we should not regard it as the index of a hierarchy between two objects, one of which is higher or more dignified than the other, for this implies a value judgment. Primacy of practice over theory should, in my opinion, be understood as a connection in which practice plays something like the role of the balance weight on the wheel of a moving locomotive, the role of the ballast that conserves and prolongs the movement. It is not, consequently, a matter of saying that practical knowledge is superior to theoretical, scientific knowledge because it preceded scientific knowledge chronologically, because science emerged on the basis of the achievements of practical knowledge. Of course, scientific knowledge eventually went a long way beyond practical knowledge, yet practical knowledge continues to exist. It stimulates and extends the power of theory and, in addition, realizes the concrete knowledge, connaissances produced by theory, since it possesses the knowledge, savoir of the technical applications of theory. And behind practical knowledge is practice tout court, the social practices of production and of the economic, political and ideological class struggle, which precipitate the movement, or non-movement, consider the stagnation or even forgetting of the sciences in the Middle Ages, of theory, including the return, or non-return, consider the crisis of Marxist theory today, of theory to practice, not just the practice of production, but also that of class struggle. Fact that the primacy of practice over theory can be thus formulated in terms of movement, precipitation, stimulation and prolongation is crucial to breaking with the idealist opposition between theory and practice, which merely serves to isolate scientists and philosophers from ordinary people in order to entrust the former, and them alone, the theorists, with the possession, maintenance and dissemination of a truth beyond the ken of simple practitioners, who are just barely good enough to come under the authority of this truth. Can we, setting out from these remarks, shed a little more light on philosophy by comparing it to practical knowledge and scientific knowledge? It is not impossible. We must, however, verify our MLY in mind that our conclusions will be limited, since, in making the comparison, we have to confine our reflections to just one point, the specific nature of philosophical abstraction. We have seen that people, by virtue of their language and practices, the knowledge that emerges from those practices and, later, the scientific practice that emerges from that knowledge, never leave abstraction behind. Reason is not that they live outside the concrete. Are, however, condemned to using abstraction to target, name, know, attain and appropriate it. We have also seen that abstraction does not always have the same quality or look, depending on whether it is the abstraction of language, ideological, religious, abstraction, practical knowledge or scientific knowledge. Philosophy confronts us with a kind of abstraction altogether different from those we find in practical knowledge and scientific knowledge. Paradoxically, philosophical abstraction is rather similar to ideological abstraction. Philosophical abstraction manifestly does not resemble practical abstraction. It does not bear on a limited number of actually observed cases, because it claims to hold good for every being in the world, for the totality of beings, whether real or simply possible, that is, non-existent. Idealism, in any case, clearly makes this claim. Thus Plato declares that the philosopher who is a dialectician, hence a true philosopher, sees the whole. One can't grant himself the whole, not as a totality of beings, but as the idea of the infinite totalization of knowledge. Hegel proclaims that the true is the five philosophical, abstraction, whole, and says that philosophy's specific task is to think the whole as the result of its logical and historical development. 3. To take a contemporary example, Sartre talks not about the whole, but about totalization as humanity's most profound philosophical project. 4. Whether or not this whole comprises actually existing beings, it is inordinately pretentious of idealist philosophy to claim to see the whole, think the whole, or aspire to totalization. What gives philosophy this superhuman power? And idealist philosophy does not leave it at that. It can go so far as to consider this real whole as the realization of one possible world among an infinity of others, which thus exist only as possibilities, in other words, do not exist. That is Leibniz's position. He adopts God's standpoint to show us his infinite intelligence combining simple principles in an infinite number of combinations. Results, in God's mind, an infinite number of possible worlds. Out of goodness, he chooses to create the best of them. Rather, the best of all possible worlds automatically chooses itself in his intellect, which works somewhat like a computer. Obviously, the philosopher, who adopts God's point of view in order to explain this divine calculation to us, does not know the other possible worlds, for he is just a human being living in the only created world there is. He knows, however, that God proceeds this way. Hence he knows that, in principle, the possible precedes the real, and that a philosopher possessed of God's infinite intelligence would understand not only the real world, but also this calculus of the divine combinatory, and thus the radical origin of things, the infinity of possible worlds in its entirety, a point of departure for the choice of the best of all possible worlds. Leibniz, however, allows us to go even further than that. For only one possible world exists, the other possible worlds might have existed, but do not. Enter into God's calculus, and thus also into the philosopher's thinking, as the non-existent that must be thought in order to think the actually existing whole. 5. All this is a way of saying that idealist philosophy has something like an abiding tendency to up the ante. It wants to think the whole, and it is obviously a matter of the whole made up of all the things and beings that exist, since idealist philosophy wants to account for all things. To account for the whole of real beings, however, it has to attain a supplementary degree of abstraction, conceiving of them as a function of the whole of all possible beings, or as a function of the system of their conditions of possibility. Yet as soon as it grants itself the whole of all possible beings, as in Leibniz, it thinks possibilities that have not come into existence and thus do not exist. Shows just how far this philosophy's pretension goes. Whole of all existing beings plus the whole of all possible beings, and among them, let us say, things that do not exist, yet play a decisive part in the existence of the things that do, and or in the knowledge of them. However surprising it may seem, the fact is that when philosophy wants to think the whole, it is irresistibly led to add a supplement to the things that exist. Paradox is that it needs this supplement in order to think the whole, but this supplement does not exist. Supplement is a thing which does not exist. Better, which is sometimes explicitly conceived of as not existing. For example, the void in Democritus and Epicurus is the condition of possibility for the encounter of atoms, hence for the constitution of the whole of the world. This void is posited as existing, but the thought of it is negative. We can say that it is not thought. For example, nothingness in Plato, Hegel, Sartre and others. For example, the thing in itself in Kant, it cannot be said to exist, because it is not accessible to the senses, and so on. Hence, paradoxically, it is as if the philosophy that wishes to think the whole were practically obliged, in order to make good its pretensions, to think not just the whole of all real things, but to go on to think the whole represented by all possible things and, finally, to think things that do not exist, that is, to think well beyond everything that exists, hence well beyond not only everything that has been observed, but also everything that is observable. Idealist philosophy does not hesitate to take the plunge. Its propositions accordingly display a degree of abstraction that has nothing to do with the abstraction of practical knowledge, because they are totalizing propositions, and because their totalization goes far beyond the real. For that very reason, however, philosophical abstraction, which does not resemble practical abstraction, does not resemble scientific abstraction, either. We shall say that the abstraction of idealist philosophy is totalizing, whereas scientific abstraction is universal, which is something quite different. The abstraction of a given science is not totalizing, for it does not claim to explain the whole. It is universal, but in its kind, it bears on all the objects in conformity with the same concept, but not the others. Thus a proposition demonstrated with regard to the pure triangle of mathematical practice holds for all triangular objects, but not for all the things in the world. We can put the same thing differently. Every particular science, mathematics in each of its branches, physics, chemistry and so on, is finite. It has to do with a limited object. The fact that scientific investigation of this limited object is infinite, or, rather, indefinite, that is, endless, is one thing. The finite nature of the object of any science is quite another. Even when two sciences converge, as chemistry and molecular biology are doing today, that does not make an infinite science of them, in other words, a totalizing science that could claim to account for the whole of existing things. We doubtless do regularly observe, in history, the phenomenon of a finite science being presented by scientists or philosophers as the infinite, totalizing science capable of explaining the ensemble of existing things. Galileo himself, after discovering the first laws of physics, concluded that the great book of the world was written in mathematical language and could be understood in its entirety by means of geometrical figures. Descartes took up this claim, presenting analytical geometry, which he had discovered, as capable of explaining everything in a mathematis universalis, universal mathematics. 7 Lebesgue followed suit, but, for him, the universal science was the infinitesimal calculus. Thus the temptation of the infinite periodically haunts scientists when they are also philosophers, the temptation to charge their finite science, limited to its object, with the infinite function of an infinite, totalizing philosophy, valid for all real and possible entities. His temptation is, however, always overcome by practice and history. In the end, science is always left to confront its finite object again, while philosophy is left confronting its infinite project. Thus we can understand why philosophy should need God, as can be seen in Plato, Descartes, Leibniz and Hegel. It has to justify its pretension to being infinite. Self-consistently, it thinks the originary principle of this infiniteness in the form of an imaginary being, denounced as abstract by true believers, for example, Pascal, who wants no part of the God of the philosophers and scientists. His imaginary being is God. Philosophy conceives of this God, whom it finds in existing religion and must, for ideological reasons, take charge of, as infinite in his turn, endowed with infinite attributes, understanding, will, goodness and so on, and it assigns him the infinite power to create the world, hence, to encompass the ensemble of all real and possible beings. We are so used to regarding this God as part of these philosophies that we risk losing sight of what characterizes him. He has, doubtless, been taken over from religion. But what is he for the philosophy that calls on his theoretical services, if not a supplementary and therefore non-existent being? Yet, like the void, nothingness, or the thing in itself that we mentioned a moment ago. He is indispensable to founding the infinite, totalizing character of philosophy. It is because God exists for the philosopher, and is infinite, that philosophical propositions know no limits, are not bound by the finitude of all science and all concrete knowledge, and can present themselves as infinite, as capable of accounting for everything that exists in the world. As a result, the abstraction of philosophy is similar to that of the dominant ideology, whether the latter takes the form of religion or some other form, legal or political, for instance. In ideological knowledge, as will appear in due course, one abstracts from the finite character of every science and all concrete knowledge, for ideology too is totalizing. It claims to account for everything that exists in the world, to convey its truth and meaning, and to establish its precise place, function and destination. Think of religion. Ideology too can exist and function only on condition that it endow itself with imaginary beings not subject to any of the conditions of finite existence, for instance, God himself, in religion. For example, the human person, in legal moral ideology. For example, the subject of knowledge, desire and action, in philosophical ideology. Th's strange kinship between ideology and idealist philosophy, both of which are totalizing, calls for explanation. 9. All these remarks on abstraction lead us to an important conclusion. If, as soon as they begin to lead a social existence, people always live in abstraction and can never escape it, not even when they try physically to appropriate a concrete being, because the conditions of that appropriation are themselves abstract, the implication is that we should give up a certain number of illusions about both the concrete and the abstract that are sustained by the ideologies as well as the idealist philosophies. The implication is, in sum, that we should give up what philosophers have called the state of nature. The state of nature is a mythic state in which idealist philosophers imagine that people lived before entering the state of society. Robinson Crusoe's solitude, for example, or a community without the drawbacks of society as we know it. In many religions, this state of nature is called paradise. To take the example of Christianity, paradise was the condition of a human couple whom God created without sin and entrusted to the bounty of nature. Nature was generous then, it provided people with nourishment and, what is more, this is important, was transparent for them. Not only was it enough to stretch out one's hand to pick fruit that was always ripe in order to satisfy one's hunger and thirst. It was also enough for Adam to see something with his eyes or take it in his hand in order to know it completely. Contrary to what is all too often supposed, human beings had the right to know all things. This knowledge was provided by the senses, was identical to the understanding in man, was identical to the words designating it, and was perfectly immediate and transparent. Adam did not have to work, produce or seek in order to know. He knew, as the Christian philosopher Malebranche puts it, by simple sight. 1. The truth of things was in things, in their empirical existence, and, in order to possess it, it was enough to extract it from them by simply looking at them. The abstract was identical to the concrete. Th's image type PFS, better than any other, the theory of knowledge known as empiricism. It has not disappeared with the religious myth of paradise, as we shall see. There was, however, something else in this myth, the idea that nature was generous and that it was enough to reach out and pick fruit that was always in easy reach. In a word, people did not have to work to survive any more than they had to work to know. There is a clear connection between the empiricist notion of knowledge and the fact that people did not have to seek the myth of the state of nature, work to produce their means of subsistence. In one case as in the other, nature, that is, objects, that is, the object, suffices for everything. There is no need to transform it to satisfy human needs. The answer is inscribed in the object in advance. It is enough to extract it. This extraction is, in its simplicity and immediacy, the empiricist form of abstraction. We see, then, that idealist philosophy can depict such abstractions, in which everybody lives, as a simple effect of the contact between people and nature, in other words, between people and objects. At the same time, we see that this distorted conception of abstraction concerns both the practice of knowledge, reduced to simple sight, and the practice of production, reduced to the mere picking of fruit that is always ripe and always to hand, handgreiflich, Hegel. There was something else again in this myth, of course, the idea that human relations were as transparent as the relations between people and natural objects. And it is understandable that relations between people should display this transparency, given that all the problems of the relations between people and nature have been resolved in advance by nature's generosity. Believers or philosophers accordingly attribute to man in this state of paradise or nature a body that is, in its turn, transparent for his soul or understanding. Hence the body is no longer Plato's tomb or shroud, 3 a barrier to knowledge of nature or the self that comes between the human understanding or soul and the nature of things, or the body, this opaque thing that desires, is hungry, and feels pleasure and pain. The body is just a tool that obeys without resistance, has neither passions, nor desires, nor an unconscious and, since it is merely practical transparency, is, for that very reason, also theoretical transparency. In these conditions, in which human relations are simple, clear and without remainder, since everyone obeys the movement of nature, which is good, it is plain that there are also no legal or political problems, none of the problems that give rise to the horrors of war and peace, of good and evil, and so on. God guides people in paradise towards what is good for them, they need only obey right reason and the movement of nature. Hence all the social abstractions we have mentioned, notably law and the state, which guarantee physical appropriation of the concrete, are absent from paradise, or the state of nature. Since relations between people are transparent and without any opaque remainder, since there is never any conflict or crime, there is no need for law, courts, or the state. Nor is there any need for morality, because its place is taken by the movement of nature, or the heart, as Rousseau will later put it. Yet everybody knows that this story is too beautiful to last and always finishes badly. Paradise ends in sin and the state of nature ends in the catastrophes of the state of war. In both cases, what precipitates the tragedy is, by a coincidence that will surprise no one, something involving morality, law and politics, precisely the social abstractions which people cannot do without and which the myths of paradise and the state of nature leave aside, from which they abstract. The myth of original sin is well known. The human couple in paradise knew everything by simple sight, everything except good and evil, symbolized by a tree that bore fruit, like all the other trees. There was nothing unusual about the fact that the knowledge of good and evil was thus in easy reach, for all knowledge was available to people the same way. It was in easy reach, so that people had only to reach out and take it. What was unusual was that God forbade people to pick, precisely, the fruit, that is, the knowledge, of the tree of good and evil. The Christian myth provides no reason for this prohibition, except that God knew in advance that, if people attained to knowledge of the difference between good and evil, all manner of conflicts and catastrophes would ensue. That is why he forbade them to acquire it. His argument may seem odd, since God was omnipotent. We can only assume that his omnipotence reached its limits at the frontiers of the knowledge of good and evil, and that he could do nothing to halt the inexorable course of events precipitated by disregard for his prohibition. It is yet another way, an inverted way, this time, of acknowledging the omnipotence of certain abstractions, since God himself, although he created all things, is helpless in the face of some of them. And the fact is that, once human beings, Eve, had reached out and picked the fruit of the tree of good and evil by distraction, this is how Malebranche explains original sin, for which is otherwise inexplicable, inasmuch as this distraction is itself a form of abstraction, albeit a form that is concrete, punctual and thus sui generis. All the bliss of paradise was wholly lost, human beings were expelled from it, and they saw that they were naked and had to work to eat and to know as well. The theorists of the state of nature, from Locke to Rousseau and Kant, tell the same story using other arguments. Th's time, however, it is not morality, good and evil, which is at the origin of the loss of the state of nature, but the origin of good and evil, private property, the physical appropriation of the earth, fruit, animals and money, which, as it is generalized, spawns confl. Acts over boundaries and a war that tends to be general, the state of war. Only with great effort did people succeed in establishing among themselves the social abstractions, the social relations represented in the social contract by law, morality, the state and politics, so that there might reign among them the beneficence of civil peace, which bears but a remote resemblance to the peace of the origins, the lost peace of the state of nature. There is a very profound materialist truth in all these myths, the idealist form of their thought notwithstanding. For we find in them the idea that, in creating the world, God himself is incapable of abstracting from the universal law of abstraction, and thus that he is himself subject to it. Th's is a way of indirectly acknowledging the omnipotence of this law. We find in these myths the idea that if we try radically to expel all abstraction from human life, abstraction takes refuge somewhere and becomes, precisely, the object of a prohibition. 5. It is this prohibition that forms the absolute condition of possibility for the immediate relation, that is, the relation without abstraction, between people and the world, and also between people and other people, including the relation between men and women, who discover, what a surprise, that they have a sex, that abstraction essential to their human existence, at the same time as they discover the difference between knowledge of good and knowledge of evil, in other words, genuine knowledge. We discover in these myths that people, once they have lapsed into sin, that is, their true condition, the one no longer misrepresented by an imaginary state of nature, are obliged, under the domination of social relations, to have sexual relations, to work in order to eat, and to perform the labor of seeking knowledge, which now comes to them not by simple sight, but from real practice, the practice that transforms nature. We discover in them, in short, that people have left behind the imaginary abstraction, forged for reasons that, obviously, reflect the interests of established religion, in which they have an immediate, direct relation with things that immediately deliver up their truth, in order to enter the world of real life, in which one must work to produce and know. In this world, the meaning of abstraction changes. It is no longer this simple reading or picking, this simple, immediate extraction of the truth of things from things. It becomes, rather, a veritable labor in which one needs, in order to know, not just raw material, but also labor power, human beings, as well as know-how and instruments of labor, tools, words. Th's brings us to a conclusion about philosophy, and even religion, that is not without interest. For what have we seen in our analysis? We have seen that this religious and this philosophical conception of the world, that of paradise and the state of nature, however religious or idealist both may have been, nevertheless contained, in a way that might be called inverted or, rather, displaced, recognition of the material reality of the conditions of existence of human, sexual, reproduction, production and knowledge. Of course, to arrive at that conclusion, we have to be able to interpret these myths and philosophies. But our interpretation is not arbitrary. On the contrary, it is based on elements that well and truly figure in these myths and philosophies, and doubtless do so not by accident, but by a profound necessity. For now, we can pinpoint this necessity by saying that these myths and philosophies were produced not by isolated human individuals thinking and writing for themselves alone, but, rather, by historical individuals who wrote with an eye to being understood and obeyed by the popular masses. It has been said that the word religion is derived from a Latin word meaning bond. A religion is, accordingly, a doctrine intended to bind all the members of a people together. Religious myths thus have the function of allowing the men and women to whom they are addressed to establish mutual bonds based on shared beliefs, and to form a single people. The same holds for the philosophical myths of the state of nature. It is no accident that they sprang up in the formative period of the rising bourgeoisie, expressed its aspirations, reflected its problems and held out its solutions, that they were intended, accordingly, to cement its unity, rallying round it all those who had a stake in its social and political triumph. But when addressing masses of human beings in a religious or philosophical myth, if one wishes to be understood, one plainly has to take account, in the discourse of the myth itself, of the existence of these masses, their practical experience and the reality of their condition. In religious or philosophical myth, consequently, the reality of these masses' living conditions, of their experience and needs, has to figure somewhere. When I say that the masses must be won over, the word should be taken in a very strong sense. Their resistance has to be broken in advance and their opposition has to be anticipated and forestalled. Their opposition to what? To, precisely, the conception of the world presented to them, which serves not their interests, but those of very different human groups, a priestly caste, the church, the social class in power and so on. Thus we have begun to form a somewhat richer idea of what philosophy is, even when it still shelters behind religion. It does not just content itself with stating propositions, or theses about all existing beings, or all merely possible and therefore non-existent beings. It states these propositions in a way that has to do less with knowledge of these beings than with the conflicts of which they may be the stakes. That is why every philosophy, let us not hesitate to go that far, is haunted by its opposite. That is why idealism is haunted by materialism, just as materialism is haunted by idealism. For every philosophy reproduces within itself, in some sort, the conflict in which it finds itself engaged outside itself. Thus the meaning of the very special kind of abstraction that we have observed in philosophy is beginning to emerge. It is a very strange abstraction indeed, for it aims not to produce knowledge of things that exist in the world, as science does, but, rather, to speak about all that exists, and even all that does not, in a mode that implies a previous conflict, still present, involving the place, meaning and function of these beings, a conflict which commands philosophy from without and which philosophy has to bring within itself in order to exist as philosophy. It is, then, an active and, as it were, polemical abstraction, divided against itself, which concerns not just its ostensible objects, inasmuch as these can exist or not, but also its own positions, its own theses. For these theses can be affirmed only on the paradoxical condition that they are simultaneously negated by contradictory theses which, to be sure, are relegated to the margins of the philosophy in question, yet are present in it nonetheless. It is, obviously, this very surprising characteristic of philosophical abstraction which distinguishes it from the abstraction of both technical, practical and scientific knowledge. At the same time, this feature of philosophical abstraction is what makes it, as we have already noted, strangely similar to ideological abstraction. But can we leave it at that? We cannot, because the preceding remarks are superficial, and do not provide us with what we need to make our entry into philosophy. To enter philosophy, we have to make a double detour, by way of scientific practice on the one hand and ideological practice on the other, and we have to bring up other practices that either command these scientific and ideological practices, the most frequent case, as the practice of production does, or that accompany them, as aesthetic practice does, or that can shed light on them, as psychoanalytic practice can. First, however, it may be worth our while to examine the little word practice, which we have been making constant use of. What is practice, which, we have said, has primacy over theory? Can we propose a theory of practice without lapsing into contradiction, if every theory is secondary with respect to practice, or to a practice? We can begin by noting a well-known distinction drawn by the Greek philosopher Aristotle. Aristotle distinguished two senses of the word practice. One in the phirst sense, practice is poiesis, that is to say, production or fabrication. It designates the action or process by means of which an individual's, or a team's, labor, power and intelligence, using instruments of labor, tools, machines, transform raw material, already processed or not, into an object that is produced industrially or handcrafted. In the second sense, practice is praxis. Here it is no longer the object that is transformed by an external agent and external means, but the subject himself who is transformed through his own action, his own practice. In this sense, Aristotle speaks of the praxis of the physician who heals himself or the sage who transforms himself. We find these two senses in Marx, transformation of raw material in the labor process and self-transformation in the revolutionary process, as is on Feuerbach. It is clear that what distinguishes these two senses is not the presence or absence of raw material, instruments of labor, or labor power, for all seven what is practice? Three are present in both processes. It is the exteriority or interiority of the object, which is an external object in the phirst case, and, in the second, is the subject himself, who is at once his own raw material, his own labor power and his own instruments of production. Formally, therefore, the schema is identical as far as its contents and components are concerned, but different when it comes to the nature of the object to be transformed. Th's distinction will prove eminently useful later in our analysis. The word practice points, then, to an active relationship to the real. Thus we say that a tool is terse pratique when it is especially well suited to a particular type of work on a particular kind of material, and produces the desired results. Thus we say that someone has a bonne pratique of English, meaning that his contact with that language is direct enough to allow him to put it into practice, in other words, to use it effectively. In the same sense, we say that someone has no pratique of foreign machines when he knows them only from books, from theory, but has never actually used them hands-on and does not know how to run them. The idea of practice thus implies the notion of active contact with the real, while the idea of activity inherent in it implies the notion of a human agent, or subject. Since a human subject or agent is, unlike an animal, a being capable of forming a plan of action in his mind, at least in theory, we shall agree to use the word practice to designate only the kind of active contact with the real that is peculiarly human. Thus we shall not speak of bees' practice, despite the marvels that bees can accomplish, but of the practice of the carpenter, mechanic, architect, engineer, physician, jurist, politician and so on. We can see straight away, however, that since this idea of practice is associated with human beings, and since human beings are animals endowed with consciousness, in other words, the capacity to distinguish and detach a representation of external things from the things themselves, work on this representation and form a plan of action in their minds, we can see straight away that the idea of practice answers to the idea of theory as if it were its inverted echo. It must not be supposed that theory is specific to theorists. Our theory, that of scientists and philosophers, is simply the most abstract, refined and elaborate form of a capacity that all human beings possess. The word theory comes from a Greek word meaning to see, to contemplate. It implies that one does not handle what one sees and, consequently, leaves things as they were. Thus the hand, main, which handles, mani or manipulates, manipule, which works, is contrasted to the eye, which sees at a distance, without touching or transforming its object. Implied by the word theory, accordingly, is the notion of a distance taken from immediate reality and maintained. The word expresses, by its nature, what is commonly called consciousness, that is, the capacity to gather and store perceptions of the real, and also, thanks to this step back from reality and the play it allows, the capacity to make connections between these perceptions and even to anticipate them. In this sense, everyone is a theorist. A farmer who sets out on his tractor in the morning has planned out his day in his mind, and sees far beyond that one day. He could hardly run his farm if he didn't. We have employed the term consciousness to designate people's capacity to receive and store perceptions of the real, and anticipate them as well. We have done so for the sake of convenience, imposed by long usage. For consciousness is another of idealist philosophy's favorite terms. We express the same idea when we say that human beings possess language, for it is language which puts this distance, in advance, between immediate reality and the representation of it, in advance, inasmuch as language contains this distance simply by virtue of its abstractness. In this sense, we can say that all human beings are theorists, less because they see than because they speak. And we know why, because language is made up of abstractions, sounds that we abstract in order to treat them as words designating concrete realities that we abstract. That is why the opposition between theory and practice has to be treated with great caution. In the concrete reality of people's relations to the world, we never find ourselves dealing with, on the one hand, practice alone, blind, purely animal labor, and, on the other, theory alone, pure contemplation in the absence of all activity. In the most elementary practice, the ditch diggers, there are ideas about how to go about things, the plan to follow and the tools to use, and all these ideas exist only in language, even if the people using this language are unaware that it is already theory. And, in the loftiest theory, that of the most abstract of mathematicians, there is always practice, not just the work the mathematician does on his problems, but the inscription of those problems in mathematical symbols in chalk on the blackboard, even if the mathematician is unaware that such symbolization is a practice. The philosophical question of the primacy of practice over theory, which defines the materialist position, or theory over practice, which defines the idealist position, is posed in the context of this complex interdependency. In FERMING the primacy of theory, idealism FERMS that, in the last instance, contemplation or the activity of reason determines all practice. In FERMING the primacy of practice, materialism FERMS that, in the last instance, practice determines all knowledge. The very generality of these positions, however, affords us a glimpse of something important, the general and, therefore, abstract character of human practices. We said that practice designates people's active contact with the real. Of course, there exist practices that are apparently utterly singular, such as the practices of madness, said to be abnormal. One can even defend the idea that there exists no practice that is not individual in some respect, since every practice calls for an individual human agent. We are all familiar, for example, with the high praise bestowed on the medieval artisan, who single-handedly produced an object in a single exemplar intended for a single client. Yet even this artisan reproduced a general social practice. He applied certain socially recognized procedures inherited from a collective past to a socially definite demand. He was, certainly, alone before his work, but, alongside him, silently, thousands of other artisans were making the same gestures using the same tools in order to furnish the same market with the same products. And if he added a personal touch to his work, he did so within the social limits laid down by both the utility of the object produced and the fashion reigning in his society. This is a crucial point, for the practices we shall be discussing can be individual only to the extent that they are first of all social. What holds for the artisan producing in apparent solitude holds a fortiori for workers subject to the collective organization of work, producing in order to satisfy existing society's creditworthy social needs and, at the same time, so that the capitalist class can accumulate wealth. Thus every practice is social. As such, it brings into play a set of elements so complex. In the case of production, these elements are the raw material, the agents of production and the instruments of production, under the domination of the social relations of production, that it is impossible to conceive of it as a simple act or even a simple activity. For both act and activity lead us to imagine that they have a cause or an author, namely a subject or an agent, and that it would be enough to trace things back to this cause or origin in order to understand everything that goes on in a practice. We are thus naturally led to conceive of social practices not as acts or simple activities, but as processes, that is, as a set of material, ideological, theoretical, and human, the agents, elements sufficiently well adapted to each other for their reciprocal action to produce a result that modify the initial givens. We shall therefore use the word practice to designate a social process that puts agents into active contact with the real and produces results of social utility. It is no doubt possible to speak of social practice as a whole, when this expression is justified, that is, whenever we want to think the interdependency of the different practices. But we must beware of this expression, which, when it is not justified, has the disadvantage of making distinct practices melt into the all-devouring night of social practice, the disadvantage of not marking each practice's specificity, and thus of subordinating, say, scientific or philosophical practice to political practice as its handmaiden. Consider the example of Lysenko under Stalin. To grasp what practice is, we have first to recognize the existence of distinct, relatively autonomous social practices. Technical practice is not scientific practice, philosophical practice is not assimilable to scientific practice, and so on. Is methodological precaution once taken, however, we can provide some idea of what a legitimate use of the notion of social practice as a whole would be. When we invoke this notion, it can only be with a view to assigning a meaning to the primacy of practice over theory in a social formation in general. In every social formation, we observe a certain number of practices at work: the practice of production, the practice of technical and, later, scientific knowledge, political practice, ideological practice, aesthetic practice, and so on. The question that then arises is less to identify and classify all the existing practices than to establish the determinant practice in the totality of practices. This question is not purely speculative, as might be supposed. It has practical effects, insofar as the way we visualize the determination of the practices, which can originate in either an ideology or a science, is itself part of the practices. Of course, such practical effects are relative, for ideology's impact on a society's evolution is itself relative, depending as it does on the balance of power between the classes. and it is because this question is not purely speculative that it is one of the major philosophical questions. For idealist philosophy, which affirms, sometimes in very subtle forms, the primacy of theory over practice, the practice that determines the other practices in the last instance is to be sought among the most theoretical practices, in the realm of ideology, science or philosophy. Thus Hegel was able to show, in an imposing system that encompassed the whole of human history, all the practices, from political production to science, religion and philosophy, that the philosophical idea governed the world. All the practices inferior to philosophical practice were in themselves philosophical, without being aware of it. They simply paved the way, through labor, class struggles, wars, religious crises and scientific discoveries, for the advent of the self-consciousness of their own philosophical nature in Hegel's philosophy itself. His mammoth enterprise was not innocent, for it provided the bourgeois ideology of history. Ideas rule the world with its own guarantee in the form of a philosophical demonstration. In contrast, Marxist materialist philosophy, defending the primacy of practice over theory, upholds the thesis that the practice which, in the last instance, determines all others is the practice of production, that is, the unity of the relations of production and the productive forces, means of production plus labor power, under the domination of the relations of production. Materialist Marxist philosophy does not merely defend the idea, which idealists do not contest, that to have a history and to live in politics, ideology, science, philosophy and religion, people must first of all simply live, must subsist physically and must therefore materially produce their means of subsistence and instruments of production. For that would be a two-term abstraction, human beings plus their sustenance. Marxist materialist philosophy defends the idea that this relation that people have to their means of subsistence is governed by the relation of production and is thus a social relation, a three-term abstraction. It is because the practice of production includes this basic relation as its condition that the relations governing the other practices can be put into relation with this first relation. Marxism does not say, depending on whether you produce this or that object, you have this or that society. It says, rather, depending on the social relation of production under which you produce your subsistence, you have such and such political, ideological, and other relations. And since this social relation is, in class societies, a conflictual, antagonistic relation, determination by production, the base, is not mechanical, but includes a play that comes under the dialectic. That is why this determination is said to be in the last instance in order clearly to bring out the fact that there exist instances other than production, and that these instances, which are relatively autonomous, enjoy a certain latitude and can exercise reciprocal action on the base, on production. To underscore this determination in the last instance, Marx presented his general hypothesis on the nature of social formations and history in the form of a topography. A topography is a space in which one arranges certain realities in order clearly to bring out their respective positions and relative importance. Marx expounds this topography in the 1859 preface to the Contribution. He shows there that every social formation, society, can be likened to a house with one or two upper floors. On the ground floor, base, or infrastructure is production, the unity of the relation of production and the productive forces under the domination of the relation of production. On the first floor is the superstructure, which comprises law and the state on the one hand and the ideologies on the other. The base is determinant in the last instance. The superstructure, albeit determined by the base, exercises reciprocal action on it. His topography is a simple way of indicating or spatially arranging the nodes of determination, the ensemble of instances and their social efficacy. all the real work remains to be done. It cannot be done on society or the social formation in general, but only on social formations that exist in the present or have existed historically. Th's indication, phi-rm, yet quite cautious, of determination in the last instance is invaluable for the study of the superstructure and the ideologies, and of science as well. For the paradox in Marx is that scientific practice figures nowhere in his topography. Does this mean that we must at all costs fill in this gap, and range science either with the ideologies, and thus lapse back into the idea of bourgeois science and proletarian science dear to Stalinist ideologues, or with the productive forces, or even make it a productive force? In the full sense of the word? The fact is that Marxist theory does not make such demands. It does not claim to provide an exhaustive account of all the practices as a function of its topography. It has a limited object. Marx aspired to lay the foundations of a science of class struggle, and that is all. At scientific practice can be influenced by ideology, and thus by class struggle, is all too clear. At the results of science and a certain philosophical idea of science can be enlisted in the ideological class struggle is all too obvious. At science is to a large and ever-increasing extent driven by the demands of production is certain. At it therefore stands in close relation with production and, equally, with ideology, philosophy and, consequently, the class struggle is beyond doubt. Th's relations, however, vary with the conjuncture and, in any case, scientific practice is irreducible to the other practices, since it is the only practice to provide objective knowledge of the real. Hence we must study it in its specificity in order to discover, in each instance, the relations to which it is subordinated, without letting ourselves be intimidated by the demand, which Marx never made, to range all the practices with either the base, which is well defined, or the superstructure, which contains only the state and the ideologies. That is why we are taking the liberty, in the present initiation into philosophy, of discussing the principal existing practices, considered in detail. There is an unlimited number of practices, not only those that figure in Marx's materialist topography, but also those that do not, such as scientific practice, psychoanalytic practice and aesthetic practice. We shall, however, discuss these practices without losing sight of the programmatic philosophical indications of the Marxist topography, the basic aim of which is to illustrate the primacy of practice over theory. Practice of production seems to show that the first of the two concepts distinguished by Aristotle is the right one here, poiesis, characterized by the externality of the object to be transformed. What do we see in the practice of production? We may take as our example either the craftsman or the assembly line worker in modern big industry. The result is basically the same in both cases. We have to do with the process of transformation of a given raw material, wood, earth, or cattle, wool and so on, by the action of workers, labor power, using instruments of production, tools, machines. Raw material, labor power, instruments of production, these are the three elements so combined, Marx, as to produce the desired result, steel, textiles, animals for slaughter, in short, products ready to be consumed. Marx calls this the labor process. It takes place in all forms of society, whether or not they comprise social classes. Nothing would seem to be more concrete than this process, since all its elements are, in every case, natural and individual, and can be seen and touched. Nothing would seem to be more concrete were it not for the simple fact that the combination of these elements must be realized, must be possible and active. Otherwise, the process will not take place, will not produce anything. TH's idea of a combination does not seem like much at all, because, every time we see a craftsman using tools to do woodwork, or a farmer driving his tractor to plow a field in which he is going to plant wheat, or a milling machine operator working on a part in a steel factory, we see a combination that has been up and running for a long time. It has already been realized. But things did not always run smoothly this way. Before they could begin to do so, a very long process of trial and error had to occur. 8. The practice of production. Take the worker. If he had not previously acquired the indispensable technical knowledge, he would stand helplessly in front of his machine and the combination would miscarry. Take his machine. If it does not have a source of energy, in the past, the current of a river. Later, steam. Today, petrol or electricity, it will not run. Take the petrol in the motor. If it has not been properly refined, the motor will not go, and the combination will stall. But it is not the milling machine operator who chooses all these concrete givens, they are imposed on him in the form of a result by the whole past history of science and technology. TH's history exists in the form of both known laws and their technical applications in the raw material one chooses and the machines one has. Since the same history teaches that one cannot make just any machine operate on just anything, that one cannot decree the invention of a machine whose principles are unknown, and that one cannot entrust the labor process to people with no technical experience of it, it appears that this very concrete process does not yield up all its secrets as soon as we lay eyes on the concrete elements making it up. It exists only under the domination of abstract laws. We are thus led to affirm that no labor process can function, the combination of its elements cannot become active, unless it is determined by abstract laws that are, on the one hand, both scientific and technical. They determine the knowledge of the raw material worked on, the realization of the instruments of production, and the worker's experience, and, on the other hand, historical. At a given point in history, only certain combinations and not others are possible, hence no labor process is possible except on conditions constituted by the abstractions known as the technical relations of production. Technical relations of production ensure the combination of the concrete elements of the practice of production, and require that the workers acquire the experience needed to put these elements to work. TH's conception of the practice of production as a labor process remains, however, abstract. Why? Because it is not just a question of accounting for the fact that the combination has been realized and works. We must also account for the fact that this combination is social, in other words, that it exists in a society which exists thanks to this production, and which would not exist if it were not reproduced. Let us take a simple approach to the matter. There can be no labor process unless there are workers at the bench, on the construction site or in the factory. And the wood will not be on the workbench, the cement on the building site or the steel in the factory unless, in previous labor processes, workers were present in the forests and sawmills, or the mines and foundries. When I say, unless workers were or are present, I mean unless they are there on time, in sufficient numbers and with the requisite work discipline. It will be said that that goes without saying. Not at all. For workers are like everybody else, they would rather go fishing or play a hand of rummy or do devil knows what, as the fancy takes them. Who is it, then, who makes them show up at work at a set time, all together, and submit to this discipline, in very exacting work conditions? In class societies, the answer is simple: workers have to work in exchange for their food, slaves, or wages. Workers in capitalist society, lest they starve. If they have to work, it is because they own nothing but their labor power. But if they own nothing but their labor power, who owns the means of production, land, mines, factories, machines? a social class that exploits them. There is, then, the class of those who own things and the class of those who work because they own nothing. To say classes is to say class relation. If the workers show up at the start of the working day, it is, in the last instance, because the class relation forces them to. The same remark can be extended to classless societies. Here, it is not the relation of exploitation that forces workers to go work at the appointed place, for example, the hunting ground, at the appointed time. It is a social relation nonetheless, governed by a whole set of constraints disguised in the form of myths and rituals, and this social relation too organizes the labor process. Thus we see that this simple fact, that the workers who are needed to carry out the labor process show up at the appointed time and place, that seems to go without saying is, on the contrary, the least natural and least obvious thing in the world. If the workers are present, it is because the relation of production forces them to be, whether it is a communal relation, without classes, as in certain pre-capitalist societies called primitive, or a class relation. That is why I could say, a moment ago, that the conception of the practice of production as a labor process is an abstract conception. For we can, provisionally and for the sake of argument, neglect the fact that the factory is there, that the raw material is there, and that the machines are there. After all, once they have been transported to the spot, they will not get up and leave by themselves. But what of the workers? What makes them keep coming back? The constraint of the social relation, whether it is a communal or a class relation, a relation of exploitation. Marx calls this social relation, when what is involved is production, the relation of production. It is an abstract relation, since it goes over the workers' heads, and forces them, even if they think they are free, to go to work for reasons having to do with either the community's survival or the perpetuation of the exploiting class. It is an abstract relation because it has nothing to do with the concrete movements that the workers make in performing their tasks. One can, however, ask the same question the other way around. If the labor process is to take place, if the combination is to become active, it is not enough for workers to have to show up at the workplace at the appointed time. There has to be a workplace, that is to say, a certain space where the means of production have already been assembled, factory, raw material, machines and so on. These objects do not transport themselves, nor do they come together all by themselves or by happenstance. Someone has to own them and have a reason to assemble them at the workplace that way. In a class society, the means of production belong to the exploiting class, and its reason for assembling them in a place and a configuration that makes production possible is to extort surplus labor, that portion of the product produced by the workers that exceeds the portion they need to subsist, the exploitation of workers, due allowance made. The same thing holds for communal societies. When, after the magician sets the day and hour of the hunt, the men all gather in the same part of a forest to track game, it is because this forest belongs to the community and because the people of the community recognize this common ownership of the means of production is a social relation transcending individuals. Thus, in addition to the combination of the concrete elements of the labor process, what makes possible the organic encounter of elements at the same time and place is, as far as both the workers and the means of production are concerned, abstract social relations. In class societies, these relations distribute people into owners and non-owners of the means of production, into social classes. In classless societies, they ensure the social conditions for the organization of labor on communal property. We should perhaps make one point more precise here. For the abstraction of this social relation of production is a rather special one. observing the opposition between the class that owns the means of production and the class that is deprived of them, in other words, the exploiting and exploited classes, we may be tempted to say that this relation of production is a human relation, since it involves only human beings, distinguished by the fact that some are rich and others poor. Ths would be, in some sense, a twin-term relation: the rich exploit the poor. To say so, however, would be to neglect the crucial fact that wealth and poverty are determined by a third term, the means of production, for the rich are rich because they possess the means of production, while the poor are poor and have to work, that is, to submit to exploitation, because they are deprived of them. But means of production are not human beings. They are material things possessing a value. Ths brings out the specific structure of the abstraction of the relation of production. It is not a two-term, but a three-term relation, in which the relation between classes is determined by the distribution of the means of production between classes. With that, we glimpse the possibility of a form of abstraction that is utterly disconcerting for idealist philosophy, whether empiricist or formalist. For empiricist or formalist, abstraction is always conceived on the model of a two-term or an X-term abstraction, where the objects in question are all on the same level, horizontal, let us say. What we glimpse here is that the distribution of the same abstraction over two terms does not exhaust it, since it is itself the effect of a relation to a third, material term located behind or before the others and governing their relations. We shall therefore say that the labor process is dominated by the technical relations of production. The labor process, however, is a bad abstraction, for there is no labor process that is not dominated by a social relation of production. It is to bring out the presence of this essential abstraction, this relation of production, that Marx, after analyzing the elements of the labor process, speaks of the production process. He shows that if the labor process does indeed mobilize the very same elements in every society, there are as many production processes as there are modes of production, as there are relations of production. For the social constraints that force people to work are not the same in primitive communities, a slave-holding regime, the feudal system and capitalist society. Let us add that the objective of this production process is not the same in classless societies, simple useful products not subject to commodity relations because they are not made to be sold, and class societies, surplus labor extorted from the immediate producers, surplus labor that takes the form of surplus value in capitalist societies, where what is produced is commodities, objects made to be sold. We could go still further to show that the relation of production not only governs the distribution of the means of production between those who possess them and those deprived of them, but also commands, to a large extent, the division and organization of labor in the process of production. Thus the immediate and concrete relation between the worker and his work, far from being immediate and concrete, is concrete only because it is dominated, that is, established and determined, by the all-powerful abstractions known as the relation of production and the social relations flowing from it. Can we, under these conditions, maintain the Aristotelian conception of practice as poiesis, in which the object transformed is radically external to practice? To all appearances, what happens is indeed poiesis. Nature is there prior to all productive labor, and human beings transform it in order to obtain the products they need from it. There is a sort of brutality in the fact that coal is found in one country and not another, in the fact that, when we discover it, the ore is there, and not man-made, but totally external to man. On closer inspection, however, it appears that the energy utilized in a factory also comes from nature. Electricity is produced by waterfalls or coal, petrol comes from oil, and so on. Human beings transform energy, they do not produce it. And are human beings themselves, their force, the force of their muscles or brains, not natural products in their turn? If so, we may say that in the labor process, at the limit, one part of nature, humankind, utilizes transformed natural forces or transformed parts of nature, energy, tools, to transform another part of nature, raw material. Ths would tend to show that nature transforms itself. Aristotle's first definition would thus refer us to the second, to the idea of a practice of self-transformation with no external object. There is, however, something that prevents us from putting matters that way, the difference between the laws of physical nature, which govern the raw material and instruments of production as well as the play of the worker's physical force, when it exists, and the abstract laws governing the existence of labor power. All these laws are laws, and have the same necessity. Laws governing labor power, however, are not an extension of the laws of physical nature and do not resemble them. Is there any need to provide some idea of this difference? Laws of nature are not tendential, that is, they are not conflictual and not subject to revolutions, whereas the laws that govern the relation of production are laws that pit one class against another. As such, they are premised on conflict, and neither the perpetuation or the overthrow of the established order. That is why the practice of production is more accurately depicted, at the limit, as poiesis rather than praxis, because the laws of nature, even when they are utilized in production, are external to the laws of the social relations governing production. Human societies go through rapid revolutions, classes appear, the dominant class yields to another class, and all this in very short time spans compared to nature's. Nature hardly changes at all in the same length of time. It is always there, and always the same, compared to the different forms of society that struggle with it for their subsistence. It is always external to production and the relations governing production. It is plain that, in human existence, the vast majority of practices are comparable to the practice of production, and that their object is external to them. It is hardly necessary to demonstrate this for material production itself. It is more interesting to make the demonstration for scientific practice or theoretical practice. The meaning of the latter is broader, for it takes in ideological practice as well, to the extent that ideological practice is theoretical, and also philosophical practice, which can by all rights be called theoretical. After everything that has been said so far, we already have some idea of what is in question here. But it will doubtless be useful to make our idea a little more precise. For idealist prejudices that have the force of law hold sway in this domain. Present scientific work has, say, the simple product of an intuition or illumination suddenly granted, for more or less mysterious reasons, to an individual who has witnessed an astonishing phenomenon or arrived at a deeper view of things. Is an intuitionist, idealist, conception of scientific work. But there are other idealist depictions of scientific work, for instance, the empiricist description that we have already discussed. In the empiricist view, because truth is contained in the object, the scientist's task comes down to extracting it. He produces the abstraction known as knowledge by adding up parts extracted from each individual object that offers itself to sense perception. Empiricism can be sensory, and neither subjective, if all that is revealed of the object is what is perceived of it, or objective, if sensory perception reveals the properties of the perceived object itself. If the object is revealed in intellectual intuition, empiricism is rationalist, as in Descartes. Th's conception, however, supposes the existence of an object not only independent of the knowledge of it. This thesis is materialist, but also containing in itself, in an immediate way, knowledge of itself, which the nine scientific practice, and idealism, scientists need only extract. Let us note in passing that this conception, very frequent in the ideological consciousness of scientists, especially experimental scientists, is not without real substance, inasmuch as it states a truth, albeit in roundabout and therefore false fashion, namely that the knowledge produced by the scientist's work is well and truly knowledge of the object, which exists independently of his knowledge of it, outside scientific work. Ths means that knowledge of any object at all belongs to the object even before that knowledge is produced, even before it is known. Hence one can legitimately situate it in the object in advance, since it belongs to it by all rights. Th's conception has just one drawback, but it is a serious one. It brackets out the scientist's work and thus the transformation of which the object is the site during the process of knowledge. If the empiricist thesis were correct, one could not help but wonder why scientists are needed at all, why the truth of the thing cannot be read off by simple sight, as in the case of Adam's knowledge in Malebranche's conception of it. The whole of the immense conceptual and material apparatus of science then becomes superfluous. It is an effort out of all proportion to its results, since those results have been attained in advance. What is more, it becomes impossible to understand the absolute condition of all scientific work, constant exposure to the risk of running into dead ends and errors, hence the risk of refutation, rather than verification, by experience. British philosopher Popper was right to insist on this condition, the risk of experimental refutation, even if he worked it up into an idealist philosophy of the conditions to which a theory must subscribe in advance if it is to be certain of squarely confronting this risk. 1. It is, however, not sufficient to avoid these idealist conceptions of scientific activity in order to have done with false depictions of it. Today, the most widespread of these false conceptions, which, like all philosophical conceptions, has very old roots, is the one pervaded by logical neo-positivism. Neo-positivism, because it appeals to the authority of positivism. Logical, because it renews positivism by subjecting it to the formal conditions of mathematical logic. Logical neo-positivism has one great strength: it is based on self-evident truths, those of scientific practice itself. It recognizes nothing but facts, objective, material facts verified by experimentation. In that sense, it takes its place in the tradition of Kantian idealism. Only those objects whose existence and properties can be put to the test of experimental verification, however complex it may be, and it has become very complex in modern times, exist as scientific objects. Ths means that all objects that are not susceptible of verification by an experimental test that can be repeated at will anywhere at any time, since these conditions are objective, they can be reproduced, do not exist for science, and therefore do not exist at all, or exist in the form of unverifiable discourses that are imaginary, since they cannot be experimentally refuted. Religions, psychoanalysis and Marxism are all examples. As we have described it so far, logical neo-positivism has not introduced anything really new, but has basically reproduced the Kantian distinction between legitimate sciences, which prove the existence of their object, and pseudosciences, which are illegitimate and have only imaginary objects, metaphysics, rational theology and the like. Logical positivism displays its originality when it brings formal logic to bear to define truth criteria, in other words, criteria of validity applicable to standing propositions or propositions established by experimental work. What formal logic works on is the language with which scientists, and non-scientists, operate, that is, scientific language and natural language. Here we encounter our first abstraction again, that of language, which neo-positivism does not accept as a given, as all other idealist philosophies do, but interrogates, explores and differentiates in order to discover the laws of its legitimate, and illegitimate, use. For it is clear that when we use awkward or false formulations to designate a real object's properties, or when we casually throw out genuinely contradictory propositions that go unperceived, we lapse into verbal errors that automatically generate scientific errors. There would be no objection to make to any of this if logical neo-positivism did not in fact subordinate, or tend to subordinate, the rules of experimental validation to laws of logical validity laid down in advance, thereby lapsing into formalism, which, with empiricism, represents the most characteristic dissident variety, contravariative idealism. For empiricism, there is nothing that precedes the object and nothing that comes after it. Thus there is nothing that differs from it, neither rules of validity nor truth. For formalism, in contrast, there is no object that is not subjected, before and after the process of its cognition, and in the course of it as well, to formal rules commanding both its existence and its properties. The old Leibnizian dream of a God who calculates the world he creates, subjecting it, in its existence and properties, to absolute, formal laws of non-contradiction, thus has its latter-day version in neopositivism, which subjects every proposition to the formal laws of non-contradiction and the truth. Tables, height of the paradox, but we are getting used to these philosophical paradoxes, is that logical neopositivism is a formalism only on condition that this formalism is based on an empiricism, that of the facts of language a radical formalism and a radical empiricism. It would be easy enough to show, by the same token, that an ontological formalism lurks behind the theses of empiricism. What interests us about these two cases, however, is a demand common to both that shapes what we might call the philosophical guarantee of the results of scientific practice. For it is as if the scientists who espoused either empiricist or formalist philosophy looked to it to provide them with a guarantee of their own practice. The technique of the guarantee is a very old human technique that no doubt goes back to the earliest commercial exchanges and property forms. It comes into play when someone who lends a sum of money to someone else requires that the borrower furnish him with a guarantee, the material or moral guarantee that he will be repaid when the loan comes due. The borrower provides the lender with this guarantee either by depositing an asset of the same value as the loan with a third party or by obtaining a moral guarantee from a third party who offers assurances that it will be repaid. The guarantee can also take the form of a mortgage, that is, the lender's right to recover his loan by tapping assets owned by the borrower. In all cases, the operation of the guarantee brings three parties or elements into play: a lender, a borrower and a third party, either a person or an asset. The role of the guarantor, that is, the third party, the person or asset standing above the transaction and the contracting parties, is to guarantee the lender, materially and morally, that he will be repaid without fail at the promised time. Much the same thing happens in idealist philosophies of scientific practice. The scientist is, so to speak, the lender. He advances his efforts, work and hypotheses. The borrower is the scientific object that receives all this anticipated expenditure. And the scientist expects to be repaid for his efforts. He therefore demands a guarantee that his efforts will in fact produce what he is expecting, what he has gone to such great expense to obtain, scientific knowledge. The idealist philosophies are the third party who provides him with this guarantee. Guarantee the validity of his statements, the conditions and forms of his experimentation, and the accuracy of his results, as long as he carefully follows all the rules. Formally, then, the results, concrete knowledge, truths, are, so to speak, deposited somewhere in advance. Are already known, at least virtually, by someone, God, being, the philosopher who talks about them, so that the scientist can embark on his operation or, the word nicely sums up the matter, his speculation. It will be asked what purpose this whole operation can possibly serve, since things do not happen this way in any case, and since the scientist can never know ahead of time whether or not he will succeed. One answer is that there are scientists who require this kind of guarantee either because they have doubts about their hypotheses or the validity of their experimental instruments, or because they feel an inner need to defend themselves against the attacks of other idealist philosophies that, for their part, cast doubt on the titles of legitimacy, titters of scientific research. The's answers, however, fall short of the mark, for it is not just science which is at issue in this philosophy of scientific practice. At issue are all the human practices in their interrelations, and the whole of the order existing among these practices, which is a social order, hence a political order, hence the locus of a class struggle. The allegiance that these philosophies do not succeed in winning from scientists, although they do in fact gain scientific partisans, they win by utilizing the example of science and its prestige with agents of the other practices, whom they intimidate by evoking and exploiting the model of science. The immense advantage of which is that it is not open to discussion. For science is science, it knows the truth by definition and cannot be called into question. With that, we begin to see that, in order to understand what a philosophy might be, we must take account not just of the practices about which it explicitly speaks, but also of the practices about which it does not speak and, as well, of the whole set of practices. For it is their internal relationship that is at stake in philosophical intervention. For example, the intimidation effect just mentioned is manifest in the case of Karl Popper's philosophy. For Popper has, on his own admission, constructed his entire, rather limited, philosophy for the express purpose of demonstrating that psychoanalysis and Marxism are not sciences, since, as he sees it, their hypotheses can never be refuted by experiment. Psychoanalytic experiment and the experiments of the class struggle are indeed incapable of being reproduced in the same form at all times and places, and since they have, as a result, every chance of turning out to be impostures of a religious kind, for matters are not always as clear or as forthrightly stated in other idealist philosophies of scientific practice. Nevertheless, when we take a close look, we always find motivations of the same sort. It is a matter of using the model of science to validate or invalidate other existing practices. We should not, however, confine our attention to the function of guarantee or validation. Idealist philosophy always has that function, which, however, does not always have the same ideological and political significance. Th's function can be exercised in a positive and progressive sense as well, as was once the case with bourgeois idealist philosophy. When the ascendant bourgeoisie was developing the productive forces as well as tools, machines, measuring devices and other instruments, it needed science. It therefore also needed a philosophy guaranteeing that science was indeed science, provided objective knowledge, and had nothing in common with imaginary constructions such as religion or the philosophy of nature inherited from Aristotle, which was incapable of providing a theory of the motion of physical bodies. Th's desideratum did not reflect a psychological demand on the part of scientists disconcerted by the novelty of their discoveries and wondering whether it was really true that bodies obeyed Galileo's laws. It reflected the necessities of an implacable ideological struggle. For when the bourgeoisie set out to conquer its place, it had to dislodge those in possession of it. When it decided to win recognition for the existence of the sciences, it had to wrestle with the tremendous forces of religious ideology, which occupied the terrain. Bourgeois idealist philosophy did not, however, enter the lists on behalf of science alone. It had to take into consideration the fact that the fight for science could not be isolated from the ensemble of political and ideological struggles. On the one hand, bourgeois philosophy acted as a guarantee for science, against the overpowering claims of feudal religious ideology. On the other, it utilized a certain notion of science to guarantee the future of the bourgeoisie's political struggles. The 18th century offers, in the guise of Enlightenment ideology, the purest example of this transfer of guarantees under the unity of philosophy. Philosophy guaranteed that the sciences provided knowledge of the world, both natural and social, while the power of scientific truth guaranteed that humanity would one day see the need for the social reforms required to rid the world of inequality and servitude. In this period, therefore, in which the bourgeoisie was a revolutionary class, the philosophical function of the guarantee encompassed not just the sciences, but the whole set of social practices, and it was progressive. Of course, bourgeois philosophy manipulated the sciences and exploited their prestige. It did so, however, to emancipatory ends, to emancipate the sciences and emancipate humanity. The same function of guarantee can operate in a completely different way, a reactionary way, depending on class relations and the stakes of the class struggle. The bourgeoisie needed science even after firmly ensconcing itself in power, as it had by the mid-19th century. And it continues to need it, since the class struggle requires it to develop and incessantly revolutionize, Marx, the productive forces of the capitalist mode of production. After encountering the first major assaults of the workers' class struggle, however, it was forced to reorganize its philosophical system. Philosophy, whether positivist or logical neo-positivist philosophy, still served as a guarantee for science. But now it did so in order to control scientific workers in the name of an idea of science different from that advocated by the Enlightenment philosophers, in the name of an idea of science that no longer stood in direct relation with the idea of the emancipation of humanity, but, rather, imposed the truth as order, and as a truth possessed by a handful of men who exercised spiritual power, ideological and political power, as in Auguste Comte, or who saw to the general organization of society, as do modern technocrats assisted by their computers. Just as the idea of liberty, once associated with the idea of science, did not come to the classical bourgeois philosophers from scientific practice alone, but, first and foremost, from the practice of the class struggle for the liberation of humanity, so the idea of order did not come to the positivists from the laws of nature alone, or to the philosophers of the technocracy from computer programming alone. It came, first and foremost, from the practice of the class struggle of a bourgeoisie now forced to impose its order, because that order was being challenged by the workers. The bourgeoisie imposed it in the name of a philosophy guaranteeing that order is necessary, and that the bourgeois order is the true order. In the two cases just mentioned, idealist philosophy exploits science, its results and its prestige. Here, however, we must carefully distinguish the different meanings conveyed by the same words. In the first case, idealist philosophy exploits science, that is to say, harnesses a certain idea of science to the service of social practices. Since these practices are revolutionary, however, the idea of science thus exploited respects, by and large, the essentials of the values of scientific practice. The struggle for the emancipation of science and the struggle for political emancipation thus effectively tended the same direction. Averts the more serious deformations, without ruling them out, thus Descartes, Kant and Hegel all deformed the sciences in order to fit them into their systems. In the second case, idealist philosophy exploits the sciences, that is to say, enlists a certain idea of science in the service of social practices. Since these social practices are reactionary, however, since it is a matter of putting the workers who threaten the reigning, bourgeois, order violently back in their place in that order, the idea of science thus exploited changes in content. Science becomes the model for knowledge of the kind that observes facts, full stop. Establishes laws, full stop. and ensures that the order of those laws reigns in phenomena. Everything that it is impossible to range under this reassuring idea, reassuring for the powers that be, all the sciences that threaten this idea and this order, are declared null and void and are said to be impostors. Marxist theory and psychoanalysis are examples. In contrast, all of the dominant ideologies' theoretical formations, political economy, sociology, psychology, are christened sciences, and it is necessary to submit to their laws, which reinforce the established order. The meaning of the philosophical guarantee of science has changed. Instead of serving, by and large, the emancipation of humanity and the sciences, it becomes a principle of authority and order. Thus nothing is less innocent than the illusions about science known as empiricism and formalism. Now that we have cleared away the obstacles represented by the empiricist and formalist conceptions of scientific practice, the road is open for a completely different conception, which tries to be materialist. How, then, should we visualize scientific practice? As a process that begins by putting a given raw material, a definite form of labor power and existing instruments of production to work. In this process, labor power, the researcher's knowledge and intelligence, puts the instruments of production, theory, the material experimental setup and so on, to work on a given raw material, the object on which it experiments, in order to produce definite knowledge. It will be objected that this schema simply reproduces that of material production, the schema of the labor process, Marx. It is not wrong, but there are big differences between the two. First has to do with the nature of the raw material. Rather than consisting of raw material in the proper sense, iron ore, coal, etc., or of already processed material, steel, copper, etc., the raw material of scientific practice consists of a mix of material objects as well as non-scientific or already scientific representations, depending on the degree of development of the science involved. But, to make our task harder, let us suppose that we are present at the birth of one of the sciences. We know that we can rather accurately date the moment of their birth, and let us imagine, accordingly, raw material that is as pure, in other words, as untheoretical as possible. For we know that every already developed science works on raw material that is to a large extent already scientific, that is, theoretical. 10. Scientific, practice and materialism. In this extreme case, then, we are assuming that the scientist has before him only what is given by his perceptions, unaided by instruments or measuring devices. Let us point out straight away that this hypothesis is unrealistic, for all the examples we are familiar with show that every science had a minimum of technical equipment at its disposal at its origins. Greek mathematics defined its figures using ruler and compass. No matter, let us assume something like a total absence of theoretical determinations. What do we see in such a case? Not the pure contact between a subject who knows and the object to be known that empiricism describes, not the pure concrete, but a whole world of abstractions. Concrete doubtless reveals itself through sensory perceptions, but what they indicate is less what it is, its essence, than the mere fact of its existence. Doubtless, for the existence of something to be indicated, something of its essence must be revealed as well. But all this takes place under the domination, precisely, of an imposing layer of abstractions, whose deforming effects seem so natural that we do not so much as suspect their existence. What abstractions? To begin with, there are the abstractions of all the concrete practices that exist in the social group under consideration, practices of production, sexual practices of reproduction and, when it is a question of a class society, practices of class struggle. There are also all the abstract social practices that regulate class functions or class conflicts in the society involved, law, morality, religion and, when it exists, philosophy. The function of these abstractions, as is shown by the experience of primitive societies, to say nothing of the others, is not just to regulate the social relations on which they bear. Another of their effects is to assign a place and meaning to all possible empirical observations. This means that, in early scientific practice, it is all but impossible to separate factual observations from the abstract generalities which constitute not their basis, but their network of reference and meaning. Thus it may fairly be said that the raw material on which the scientist works in the most rudimentary form of science is inseparable from certain definite abstract generalities, themselves the results of a very long elaboration of the different social practices. That is why I earlier suggested the term generalities to designate this raw material, the plural serving to indicate the complexity of the abstractions condensed in the seemingly unmediated facts with which scientists supposedly deal. One among these generalities I pointed to the presence, alongside generalities deriving from the other material or sexual social practices, of generalities stemming from various ideologies, legal, moral, religious, philosophical, etc. What has just been said about the hypothetical science whose conditions we have just examined holds a fortiori for every already constituted, developing science. The raw material on which researchers work comprises, besides the generalities we have mentioned, other forms of abstraction, the abstractions of technical practice and the abstract knowledge that has already been produced by a science. We can, then, consider the limit case of mathematics, in which a science works only on itself, that is, on results it has already produced. If, now, we consider science to be a subject, it may be said to fall under Aristotle's second definition, since it does not have to do with an external object, inasmuch as it is itself its own object. Mathematics, however, is emphatically a limit case. In all experimental sciences, there exists an external, objective material element. Even if that element is contained in the framework of the existing theory, even if it is realized in instruments of observation and measurement, it is no less present for that and, as such, is an object of sense perception, direct or indirect. In modern physics, to be sure, one never sees the object as such, this or that particle, with the naked eye. One observes, however, at least a trace of it, direct or indirect, as recorded on a film or as revealed, after analysis, by the shift in the rays of the light spectrum. Yet this sensory element cannot be recorded without this entire experimental apparatus, which represents a considerable mass of abstractions and knowledge, realized in the apparatus itself. It must be pointed out that such abstractions are not empty, contrary to what ordinary usage of the word abstraction suggests. The opposite is true, they are full of definite knowledge obtained at the end of a long process, and their orderly combination, assemblage defines not an empty space, but, on the contrary, a perfectly mapped space. It is in this space that the scientific event will occur, the scientific fact that will make new discoveries possible or make it necessary to modify either the working hypotheses or the experimental setup. The greater the progress the science makes, consequently, the more its raw material tends towards the concrete, which is simply a result of the combination of the multiple abstractions or knowledge constituting it. Marx put it this way: science does not proceed, as everyday ideology supposes, from the concrete to the abstract, from empirically existing objects to their truth, contained in them from all eternity, so that it is enough to extract it. On the contrary, science proceeds from the abstract to the concrete. It gradually refines abstraction, the existing abstractions, moving from ideological abstractions to the abstractions of technical practical knowledge and, ultimately, scientific abstractions, and, after exactly combining them, to a definite abstraction bearing on a concrete object. Th's definite abstraction thus becomes the concrete knowledge of a concrete object. It must be said that the majority of philosophers and even scientists are unaware of this fundamental materialist truth. Yet, without it, it is impossible to understand what occurs in scientific practice. From the standpoint of the process of scientific practice, there is little to be said about the researcher. For he is wholly definite, certain special aptitudes aside, which can play a decisive role in some cases, by the state of the existing science in which he works. He can invent a theory only on the basis of existing theories, discover problems only on the basis of results already obtained, design experimental setups only on the basis of the theoretical and technical means available to him, and so on. He is an agent of a process that goes beyond him, not its subject, that is, its origin or creator. The process of the practice, that is to say, of scientific production, is thus a process without a subject. 3Ths does not mean that it can dispense with the researcher's labor power or his intelligence, talent, etc. It means that this process is subject to objective laws which also determine the agents, the scientific researchers, nature and role. It is something all scientists know. They are very well aware that the gigantic dimensions of modern experimental installations make it obvious that a researcher is merely the agent of a complex process that transcends him. They are even aware that the scientific problems that are posed not by this or that individual acting alone, but for the whole international scientific community, and that all the great discoveries are made in several places in the world at about the same time. Although those involved have not tipped each other off. They are aware that research is engaged in an impressive adventure which is, moreover, largely determined from without, by the demands of production and the imperatives of class struggle. They are aware that, even if they unite, they can do very little to influence the way scientific research develops. Or at least some of them, are aware that if they want to do something to influence the course of its development, they have to shift terrain and get involved in politics. For, contrary to the assumption of idealist philosophers, it is not science or knowledge that commands politics, but politics that commands the development of science and knowledge. The fact that the development of scientific practice has the character of a process without a subject marks each of its moments and elements, its raw material no less than its agents, researchers, instruments of production, and results. We shall leave this idea aside for now and come back to it in a different context later. What has been said about the raw material of production obviously also holds for the instruments of production. These are, we said, realizations of scientific abstractions, of theoretical knowledge. Ths is easy to see as far as the instruments employed in experimentation are concerned. In the past, measuring devices were simple. Today, they have given rise to highly abstract theories justifying their nature, the quality of the metal of which they are made, the temperature at which they are used, the vacuum, or not, in which they are put to work, and so on. I shall not go into this aspect of things, well known thanks to a phrase coined by the philosopher Gaston Bachelard: instruments are materialized theories. For I would, however, like to underscore a less familiar aspect of the matter, the fact that the current theory of a science figures among its instruments of theoretical production. We can, moreover, say that this theory is present in a science's raw material as well, since the matter worked on is definite, in a given science, in accordance with the theoretical achievements of that science. Thus Bachelard has shown that scientists experiment on pure bodies, although there are no pure bodies in nature, since every pure body is the product of a scientific theory and a corresponding technique. 5. What holds for the instruments of production holds a fortiori for the raw material, for what is of interest about the theory figuring in the instruments of theoretical production is that it figures there not in a form different from itself, as raw material or instrument of production, but in the pure form of the theory of the existing science. Ths no doubt does not mean that the theory figures in the instruments of production in its entirety, for, as a rule, it does so only partially, in the form of a certain number of scientific concepts. The operative significance of these concepts, however, does depend on the theory as a whole. Intervene both directly and indirectly in the work performed on the raw material, in the form of hypotheses to be verified or instruments of observation, measure and experimentation. The interest of this analysis is that we can, here too, take the example that seemed exceptional to us a moment ago, mathematics, and say that, in a certain sense, science, even experimental science, works only on itself, since it is, regarded from this angle, its own raw material, its own agent and its own instruments of production. If, however, it works only on itself, how does it manage to make discoveries rather than endlessly repeating itself? The answer is that it works on a contradictory object, for the theory that works on itself, at the limit, does not work on a theory that has eliminated every internal contradiction, that has, in other words, arrived at the ultimate knowledge of its object. Quite the contrary, it is an incomplete theory which works on its own incompletion and derives, from this play, gap or contradiction, the means with which to progress beyond the level of knowledge it has already attained, in short, the means to develop. What it then produces is new knowledge. Earlier, I suggested the term generalities to designate the complex set of abstractions and instruments that the agent of scientific research puts to work on the raw material, generalities I. At the same time, I proposed that we call the new knowledge produced by this whole process of knowledge generalities 3. I am aware that this terminology is open to objection. It can be objected, in particular, that if, as I have claimed, scientific abstractions are distinguished from technical practical abstractions by their universality, the scientific knowledge obtained at the end of the process should be called universalities, not generalities. The reader will recall the distinction we drew above. A generality is always empirical, whereas a scientific abstraction, which is universal, is always theoretical. I admit, therefore, that this criticism is partly justified. Moreover, it could be extended to generalities too, since, in the case of a well-developed science, scientific and therefore universal abstractions always figure among these generalities as well. But, precisely, we also find ideological generalities figuring among both generalities I and II, and ideological generalities, we know, are falsely universal. Moreover, we find ideological generalities even in the knowledge produced at the end of the process, generalities 3. Ths is the sign that the science is not complete, as it never can be. It is the sign not only that its theoretical problems are never fully resolved, but, further, that it is inevitably subject to the pressure of the surrounding ideology, which contaminates or can contaminate the way it poses scientific problems, although it can sometimes also help it to pose them. That is why I prefer to retain the term generalities to designate even the scientific abstractions comprising the knowledge that the process produces. If we now consider the process of scientific practice as a whole, we can see that it is dominated by a set of abstractions that are all relations. These relations are not simple abstractions nor even a sum of simple abstractions. They are abstractions which are combined in a specific way, producing a relatively stable structure. Among these relations, we may immediately mention those already discussed, between the existing theory and the technology of the experimental setup. A close look reveals that these relations are extraordinarily complex. The phenomena of experimental validation take place under the domination of these relations, which strictly define their conditions. The relations of theoretical production are not, however, the only ones to come into play. Philosophical relations and ideological relations do as well. If idealist philosophers' way of depicting the relations between philosophy and the sciences is mistaken, if these philosophers are mistaken, in particular, when they say that philosophy defines the elements of every scientific theory, they are not mistaken when they include philosophical and even ideological relations among the relations of scientific production. Philosophical relations, usually conveyed, like ideological relations, in natural language, or in abstract language that has become part of natural language, are constituted by certain arrangements of philosophical categories and theses which play their role at the frontier between what a science already knows and what it is trying to find out, hence in the constitution of its theory. To take a simple example, it is obvious that scientific physics, which begins with Galileo, would have been unable to come into being without a new concept of causality to replace the old, outmoded concept of causality taken over from Aristotle. What operated to produce the category of causality that put physics on the road to a new concept of causality, if not the philosophy of Descartes and the Cartesians? In this case, we may say that philosophy responded to an explicit demand emanating from physics. Very often, however, philosophy precedes any demand, producing categories that science will utilize only much later. To take, here too, just one simple example, Aristotle had forged in his philosophy, for general theoretical reasons that took theological form, the category of a first cause that was, paradoxically, an unmoved mover and, consequently, operated at a distance. 20 centuries later, Newton adopted the same category to think the action that bodies exert on one another at a distance in the form of attraction and repulsion, thereby scandalizing the Cartesian mechanists, who could not conceive of physical action without contact and thus without collision. It is important to understand that, in this phenomenon, which reveals that philosophical relations, and ideological relations as well, the distinction does not matter much here, also command the process of the production of concrete scientific knowledge. We do not have to do with linear determination, in either time or space. We have to do, rather, with forms which, while they express philosophical relations necessary for the development of the existing sciences, and thus imposed by the major, dominant theoretical problems of their day, may hold the surprise of either anticipation or insignificance. Philosophical relations of theoretical production are not arbitrary, when one considers a given science at a given moment in its history. Obviously, however, they do not exhaust the ensemble of philosophical categories and theses in existence in their time. For the stake of philosophical battle is not just the sciences. Philosophy must defend the whole front on which all the other human practices also figure. In devising categories and theses that will be deployed on the front of scientific practice, philosophy takes into account the ensemble of the stakes of its combat. This means that, while respecting the reality of scientific practice as far possible, it has to act its representation of it so as to adjust all its interventions to each other on a common theoretical basis. It is because of this inevitable distortion that philosophy is, for reasons of principle, not a science and, likewise for reasons of principle, does not provide knowledge, yet is haunted by one particular practice, that of intervention in the theoretical, and other, relations of scientific practice and the other practices. We shall see the nature of the intervention involved. Obviously, the thesis that there exist relations of scientific production that are not purely scientific, but also philosophical and ideological, in the face of the positivist depiction of science. For positivism, as for all forms of rationalism, everything intervening in scientific practice is purely scientific, even the object which, albeit opaque before scientific experimentation on it began, proves that it already possessed its own essence in itself once its essence has been extracted from it by abstraction. Positivism derives its thesis of science's absolute scientific neutrality from that notion, together with its thesis about the omnipotence of science, which, as the bearer of truth, has only to reveal itself to people or be taught to them in order to be recognized by them and so serve them as a politics, for their greater good. Th's rationalist conception of science is the classic form of the bourgeois ideology of science, and it is such because it is part of the ideology of the dominant class, the ideology that is dominant in its turn. Th's is observable not only among scientists, who are directly influenced by this rationalist ideology of science, but also in very broad strata of both the bourgeoisie and also the working class, whom this ideology reaches directly by way of the science curriculum in primary schools. In this connection, it is worth noting that the idea that science can be reduced to the restricted sphere of its purely and directly experimental practice is, in the proper sense, a bad abstraction. Th's is not just because everything found in this sphere, raw material, equipment, instruments, even theoretical problems, etc., depends on the outside world, but also because scientific practice is not confined to the production of purely scientific results. For these results are the object of technical applications, since that is their basic raison d'etre. They are also the object of a curriculum that is an indispensable part of the labor force's education. Th's curriculum, however, by no means reproduces the whole process of the production of knowledge. It limits itself to expounding its basic results and, given the prevailing balance of power, it necessarily expounds them in the form of the dominant ideology, the rationalist ideology which neglects the role of ideology, philosophy and class struggle. Thus this curriculum contributes in its own fashion to reproducing the ensemble of the conditions of scientific production. Th's is a crucial point, which Marx underscored in discussing material production. No production is possible if it does not produce, along with its results, the means of replacing those of its own conditions used up in the process of production. No production is possible, in other words, sustainable, if it does not ensure the conditions of its own reproduction. We may say, in this regard, that philosophical and ideological conditions play a determinant role, precisely, in the production of the conditions of reproduction. 6. What allows an experimental science, which varies the conditions of its experiments, and varies its hypotheses and experimental setups as well, to conceive of the possibility of such variations? What if not the existence of invariant relations, which make such variations conceivable and realizable? On close inspection, these relations turn out to be philosophical or ideological relations. The notion of substance or cause, for example, made it possible for the variations of Aristotelian physics and, later, Galilean physics, to emerge in response to new problems thrown up by the practice of production or military practice. Similarly, the notions of natural law and human nature made it possible for the variations of natural law in its entirety, and thus of the corresponding political theory in its entirety, in its extremely diverse forms, think of what forever separates Hobbes from Locke and even from Rousseau, to emerge, and then consolidate itself in response to the new problems posed by the political and ideological conflicts of the 17th and 18th centuries. Thus there exist philosophical categories, substance, cause, God, idea, etc., or ideological ideas or notions, natural law as moral law, human nature as rational and moral, etc., that have dominated human culture for centuries. Th's domination was not exercised over the ignorant and simple-minded alone. It also served as a theoretical matrix for theoretical, philosophical and scientific constructs of the very highest level of abstraction, the greatest difficulty, and the most far-reaching theoretical and practical import. Th's set of philosophical categories and ideological ideas has thus served to reproduce the conditions of theoretical production, ensuring its perpetuation and, consequently, its progress. We must of course bear in mind that as a result, sous l'effet of the combination of the different problems posed by the different practices, this body of theoretical relations of production is transformed in the course of history. But such transformation takes place relatively slowly, and the moments of its mutation are conspicuous enough to allow us to periodize this history. Thus a history of scientific practice in its different branches of production, the different sciences, can be conceived of and written, on condition that we do not lapse into an anecdotal account of the pure events visible in the field of that practice. On condition that we conceive of these relations of theoretical production as the main condition of that history, as that which commands the reproduction, in other words, the existence, of scientific practice. We have to do here, doubtless, with a form of existence of philosophy that is not easy to discern and define, since it is easily confused with idealism's depictions of it, philosophy's omnipotence vis-à-vis the sciences. It is all the more important to conceive of it clearly, for, as we are beginning to suspect, as soon as there is philosophy somewhere, and ideology as well, there is also struggle, not an arbitrary, but a necessary struggle, linked in the last instance to class struggle. If there is struggle, there must be one party to the struggle that serves the interests of science, and another that exploits them in the dominant ideology's interests. Science is thus not neutral, because this struggle for or against values for which it serves as support or pretext is pursued at the very heart of it. As a rule, scientists are unaware of this, with the result that they succumb, uncritically, to the influence of the dominant ideology's ideas. Non-scientists, as a rule, are also unaware of it, with the result that they succumb to the ideas of the same ideology, which turns science's prestige and efficacy to its own profit, to the profit, that is, of the class which that ideology serves. Only a few rare scientists, materialist philosophers and Marxist political activists are aware of it and conduct themselves accordingly. Scientists are aware of it, thanks to the instinct of their practice. The philosophers, thanks to the principles of their philosophy. And the activists, thanks to the theory of historical materialism, or theory of the laws of class struggle, discovered by Marx. Now that we have discussed the practice of production and scientific practice, it is imperative that we also discuss ideological practice, for, without knowledge of it, we cannot arrive at an understanding of what philosophy is. In my opinion, there clearly exists an ideological practice. Naturally, it is highly disconcerting, for it is not easy to recognize in ideological practice the categories that we have employed in our analyses so far. We should, however, take a closer look at it. The most disconcerting thing about ideological practice is that we find no trace of the presence of an agent in it. If an ideology is a system of more or less unified ideas, it is clear that they act on consciousnesses without the visible intervention of any agent whatsoever, not even that of the person who propagates them, since it is the self-evidence and power of ideas that acts through him. For we cannot say that the agent, in an ideology, is the individual who invented it. Everyone is well aware that the ideologies which play a real role in world history have no known author, or that, even if one can assign an author to them, Christ, for example, he could have been replaced at the same moment by anyone else at all. Thus it seems as if ideology acted all by itself, as if it were itself its own agent. Ths alone brings it close to the Aristotelian definition to which we have referred. What continues to disconcert us in ideological practice, however, is the nature of the raw material on which ideology acts as its own agent of transformation. On a rough preliminary approach, we can say that this raw material consists of human individuals insofar as they are endowed with consciousness and have certain ideas, whatever they may be. Yet it can be seen right away that human individuals and their consciousness are mentioned here only as supports of the ideas they have, and that the raw 11 ideological practice material on which ideological practice acts is constituted by this system of ideas. Thus we find ourselves faced with the paradox of an ideological practice in which one system of ideas acts directly on another, for, since there is no distinct agent, the instruments of production, generalities too, are conflated with the sole system of ideas of the existing ideology. On this condition, we can conceive of ideological practice as the transformation of existing ideology under the impact, sous l'effet of the direct action of another ideology, distinct from the Rst. Otherwise, the question of its transformation would be absurd. All this may seem mysterious. Things are nevertheless quite simple in principle, but on one condition, that we understand that an ideology is a system of ideas, or representations, only insofar as it is a system of social relations. In other words, in the guise of a system of ideas acting on another system of ideas in order to transform it, a system of social relations acts on another system of social relations in order to transform it. And this struggle, which occurs in the realm of ideas or, rather, in that of social ideological relations, one is merely one form of the general class struggle. For, between these ideas, there takes place something quite similar to what takes place, as we saw a moment ago, in the relation of production. Do you remember? To a three-term relation, and therefore a double-entry relation, a relation between two classes, but with regard to their respective relations to the means of production. In the case of ideology 2 we have a Rst relation, between two ideas or two systems of ideas. A second relation, however, immediately comes into play to confer its significance on the Rst, for the relation between the two systems of ideas intervenes with regard to their respective relations to a different reality. Which one? The stakes of the ideological class struggle, the relations of the ideological class struggle. Examples? One can find GHT at the level of ideas for or against the claim that nature is rational, for or against determinism, for or against political freedom, for or against the existence of God, for or against the freedom of art and so on, ad infinitum. In this case, what happens? We may say the following. Ideology, the ideas, that operates, ideological practice, to transform the existing raw material, in other words, the ideas, the ideology, currently dominating consciousnesses, does nothing other than to make these consciousnesses pass from the domination of the old ideology to that of the new. Thus ideological practice comes down to this transfer of domination, this displacement of domination. For example, where a religious conception of the world once dominated, ideological practice, ideological struggle, succeeds in imposing the domination of a new ideology, say, a bourgeois rationalist ideology. Has happened in Europe between the 14th and the 18th centuries. Well and good, the reader will say, but these simple statements pose formidable problems. Rst, the problem of the mechanism of this domination. Second, the mechanism of the constitution of these ideologies. All that is presupposed by what was just said, but has not been explained. Let us, then, briefly discuss the mechanism of this domination. How can a consciousness, that of a concrete individual, be dominated by an idea and, above all, by a system of ideas. The answer will run. This happens when the consciousness recognizes them to be true. Doubtless. But how does this recognition come about? We know that it is not the mere presence of the truth which causes it to be recognized as true. Considerable work is required to make that happen, the work of technical practice or scientific practice. But it may be that recognition can come about all by itself, as a result, sous l'effet of the presence of the true. When I meet my friend Pierre in the street, I recognize him, and say, "It's Pierre, all right." And I really do have the feeling that it is I, Louis, who find myself in direct, concrete contact with the truth that Pierre is there in the street, coming my way, and that I, Louis, recognize him. It's Pierre, all right. Matters are, however, a little more complicated, because, for me to be able to say, "It's Pierre, all right," I have to know who Pierre is, that he is tall, has dark hair, has a mustache and so on. Thus recognition, reconnaissance presupposes cognition, connaissance, and I find myself caught in a circle. Yet, in some sense, recognition takes priority over cognition, for if the work of cognition takes time, the conclusion of recognition comes about at once, in a fraction of a second, as if recognition were preceded by itself, always and everywhere. As if the idea of Pierre took possession of me in the instant in which I believe it is I who recognize Pierre. As if it were Pierre who, simply by dint of his presence, imposes this self-evident fact on me, "It's Pierre, all right." Thus the roles are reversed. It is I who believe that I recognize Pierre, or such and such an idea to be true, for example, the idea that God exists. In reality, however, it is this idea that imposes itself on me through the encounter with Pierre, or through the manifestation of this idea, in the case of God, a sermon. If I carry this paradoxical idea to its extreme consequences, I come to an astonishing conclusion, which I can formulate as follows. It is quite as if, when I believe in an idea or a system of ideas, it were not I who recognized them and, encountering them, said, "It's them, all right. And they're true, all right." Quite the contrary, it is as if, when I believe in an idea or a system of ideas, it were this idea or system of ideas that dominated me and imposed on me, by way of the encounter with their presence or manifestation, the recognition of their existence or truth. And, simultaneously, my capacity to recognize them as true and to say so in all good faith. It is as if, at the limit, the roles having been completely reversed, it were not I who interpellated an idea in order to say to it, "Hey, you, let's have a look at you, so I can tell whether you're true or not." Rather, it is as if it were the idea or system of ideas that interpellated me and imposed its truth on me and, together with its truth, recognition of its truth and, together with that recognition, the function of recognizing, indeed, the obligation to recognize, its truth. That is how the ideas making up an ideology forcibly impose themselves on people's free consciousnesses by interpellating people in forms such that they are compelled freely to recognize that these ideas are true, in forms such that they are compelled to constitute themselves as free subjects, capable of recognizing the truth where it resides, namely in the ideas of ideology. That is the basic mechanism operating in ideological practice, the mechanism of the ideological interpellation that transforms individuals into subjects. And as individuals are always already subjects, that is, always already subject to an ideology, man is by nature an ideological animal, we have to say, to be consistent, that ideology transforms the content, the ideas, of consciousnesses by interpellating subjects as subjects. That is, by making concrete individuals, who are already subjects, shift from a dominant ideology to a new ideology that is struggling to attain domination over the old ideology through individuals. We could take the analysis of the effects and conditions of this very special mechanism much further, but we shall leave it at that for now. For we must also try to answer another question: why ideologies? Where do ideologies come from? However far back we go in the social existence of humanity, we observe that people live in ideology, in other words, under the domination of ideological social relations. Why? It is clear that these relations are bound up with the social life that people lead, with the division of labor, the organization of labor, and the relations existing between the different social groups. In this respect, it is not such and such an idea considered as an individual fantasy that counts, but only the ideas endowed with a capacity for social action. That is where ideology begins. Short of that, we are in the realm of purely individual imagination or purely individual experience. But as soon as we have to do with a corpus of socially established ideas, we may speak of ideology. But then the social function of this corpus of ideas appears straight away. We spoke a moment ago about the different social practices. Human beings are so constituted that human action is inconceivable without language and thought. It follows that no human practice exists without a system of ideas represented in words and constituting, in this way, the ideology of that practice. Since the practices coexist in social life, but since some of them, the practices of social unity and social division, of social cohesion and social struggle, manifestly prevail over all the others, inasmuch as they are the condition for them, no ideology, I mean the ideology under whose domination each practice is carried out, stands off in its own corner, isolated and self-contained. Rather, each ideology finds itself dominated and restructured by the social ideologies of social unity or social struggle. It is these ideologies, primitive myths, religion, political and legal ideologies, which set their stamp on the local ideologies that they subordinate to themselves. That is why we can say that, despite their local and regional diversity, despite the diversity and material autonomy of the multiple practices that they dominate and unify, ideologies in class societies always bear the mark of a class, that of the dominant class or that of the dominated class. And since there is no getting round the pair dominant ideology-dominated ideology as long as we remain in class societies, we would do better to talk, rather than about a dominant ideology and a dominated ideology, about the dominant and the dominated tendency in each, local and regional, ideology. With a dominant tendency of ideology representing the dominant class's interests, while the dominated tendency strives to represent, under the domination of the dominant tendency, the dominated class's interests. Th's stipulation is important, for, without it, we could understand neither how the ideology of the dominated class can bear the marks of the ideology of the dominant class, nor, above all, how elements of the dominant ideology can figure as such in the ideology of the dominated class, and the other way around. But, if everything that has just been said is true, we must add one stipulation about ideology's forms of existence. For we are too readily inclined to believe that ideology is ideas and nothing else. In fact, except in an idealist philosophy such as that of Descartes, one is very hard put to say what is an idea and what is not in a person's consciousness. One is even at a near loss to say what, in a human being, is consciousness and what is not. A human being's ideas always have, in that human being, a form of material existence or a material support in the humblest sense of the word matter, even if it is just the sound of the voice when it articulates sounds to pronounce words in sentences, or the gesture of an arm or posture of a body making the merest suggestion of a movement to designate an object, hence an intention, hence an idea. Ths is a fortiori the case when we consider the social existence of the ideologies. Tha are inseparable from what we call institutions, which have their statutes, code, language, customs, rituals, rites and ceremonies. Even a simple fishing society provides an illustration, as do a fortiori, a church, or a political party, or the school system, or a labor union, or the family, or the order of physicians, or the order of architects, or the order of barristers, etc. Here too, we may say that ideologies require their material conditions of existence, their material support, or, better, their material forms of existence, since this corpus of ideas is, properly speaking, inseparable from this system of institutions. We cannot, without making fools of ourselves, claim that each of these institutions was conceived for the unique purpose of incarnating the dominant ideology and inculcating it in the popular masses in the service of the dominant class's interests. For it is plain that the school system also serves to educate the workforce, to transmit knowledge that humanity has acquired in its history to children and adolescents, nor can we say that all political parties or labor unions were conceived for a unique purpose, for a working class party serves the working class. Nor can we say that the medical ideological apparatus was conceived for the unique purpose of diffusing bourgeois ideology, for it also serves to provide care for the ill, that is, to rehabilitate the workforce, and so on. We cannot even say of the church, although it does not seem to provide any service related to production, that it is purely and simply an apparatus of ideological inculcation. Firstly, because it does not invariably and in all periods serve the dominant class. And, secondly, because it fulfills eminently social and symbolic functions on the occasions of birth, suffering and death, in forms that affect people at the personal level. Yet the fact is that, under cover of these different social functions, which are objectively useful in terms of production or social unity, these ideological apparatuses are penetrated and unified by the dominant ideology. It is not that the dominant class decided, one fine day, to create them in order to assign them this function. It was able to conquer them, when they were already in existence and served the old dominant class, for instance, the church, the school system, the family, medicine, and so on, or lay the groundwork for them only in the course of, and at the price of, a very long, very bitter class struggle. Their existence is thus in no sense the simple result of a decision corresponding to a preconceived plan perfectly conscious of its objectives. It is the result of a long class struggle by means of which the new class constitutes itself as the dominant class and seizes state power and, once firmly settled in power, undertakes to conquer the existing ideological state apparatuses, reorganize them, and lay the groundwork for the new apparatuses it needs. I have pronounced the decisive word, the state. 1. For, plainly, everything turns on the state. Except among the idealists of consciousness, who tenaciously defend the idea that ideology is ideas and nothing else, we will in fact find theorists prepared to grant all that has just been said about the ideologies, as long as the word state is not pronounced. Even the most conservative bourgeois theorists are prepared to make this concession: yes, ideology is something other than ideas. Yes, ideology is conflated with the institutions that incarnate it. Yes, one must talk about ideological apparatuses. And functionalism, a philosophy which thinks that the function exhaustively defines every organ, every element of a whole, that the religious function of pardon defines the church, the function of teaching defines the school, the function of children defines the family, and the function of public service defines the state, too, is happy to accept these views. The line of demarcation, however, lies here. It appears as soon as it is a question of the state as such, not public service, which is just one aspect of the state. I mean in class societies, of course, for the state exists only in class societies. Why insist so heavily on the claim that the major ideological apparatuses are ideological state apparatuses? I do so to bring out the organic relation between their class ideological function and the apparatus of class domination known as the state. It is quite as if the class that seizes state power and becomes dominant has to have the use not just of the repressive state apparatuses, the army, the police, the courts, which function above all on physical violence, but also of another type of apparatus, which functions above all on ideology, in other words, on persuasion or inculcation of the dominant class's ideas, on consensus. Involved here is not a whim, the self-12 the ideological state apparatuses, indulgence of a dominant class that would like to dominate not just by force, but also by affording itself the luxury of a gratuitous supplement, persuasion, consensus, consent. For no dominant class can ensure that it will endure by force alone. It has to secure the free consent not only of the members of the class that it dominates and exploits, but also of its own members, who do not readily agree to subordinate their private, particular interests to their own class's general interests, and who likewise do not accept the idea that their class has to rule otherwise than by naked force to ensure its domination, precisely by ideology, and the dominated class's consent to the dominant class's ideas. It is not just that this function of ideological domination can be exercised only by the dominant class and the instrument of its domination, the state. It can, further, be exercised only if the dominant class's ideology is constituted as the truly dominant ideology, something which calls for state intervention in the ideological struggle, and if it is true that the state thus ensures that this ideology achieves the relative unity which makes it not one of the ideologies of the dominant class, but the ideology of the dominant class, it is clear that the state's role is determinant in everything involving the dominant ideology and its realization in ideological state apparatuses. The foregoing is intended to make it crystal clear that if we do not bring the concept of the state into play, if we do not designate the better part of a class society's ideological apparatuses as so many ideological state apparatuses, we forego the means of understanding how ideology functions in that society, for whose benefit the ideological struggle is played out, in which institutions this ideology is realized and this struggle is incarnated. That is why there is a real theoretical danger in thinning the concept of ideological state apparatuses down to the simple form of a simple concept of ideological apparatuses. 3. Let us take a closer look at this. When a dominant class seizes state power, it finds itself confronting a number of already existing ideological apparatuses that functioned in the service of the old state apparatus and in it. These ideological apparatuses are themselves products of a prior process of unification intended to subject local and regional ideologies to the unity of the dominant class's ideology.